Greetings, curious souls. Are you ready to explore the realm of the unexplained? Join us with Paranormal M, your ultimate destination for spine-chilling tales. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications for our latest videos. Story number 1. I had an encounter with the black-eyed children at work. I've been working the overnight shift at a 7-Eleven for quite some time now, and the other night, specifically on the 4th of April, I was going through my usual shift change routine at around 2:47 a.m. As I was wrapping things up, the door chime suddenly went off, causing me to instinctively look up. To my surprise, I noticed that the door was wide open, slowly creeping shut. The sight beyond the door, on the other side of my gas pumps adjacent to the air pump, startled me even more. There were 2 kids, a boy and a girl, just standing there. The boy was dressed in ordinary clothes, wearing a black t-shirt, while the girl had on a peculiar outfit, a white top half-dress with a black bottom. This caught my attention and a sense of confusion started to creep in. At this point, it was already 2:50 a.m., and despite my best efforts to finish counting the money quickly, the kids were still lingering outside. They hadn't moved an inch. I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was about to go off with this whole situation. Anxiety started to build up within me, and I couldn't help but notice that the hair on my arms stood up, as if charged with static electricity. I decided to step outside and address the kids, hoping to find out what they were doing alone at such an odd hour. "Hey guys, what are you doing out here all by yourselves?" I called out to them. To my surprise, there was no response. The lack of any verbal reaction sent a wave of fear crashing over me. It was a bone-chilling moment. The older girl, who appeared to be a year or 2 older than her brother, stepped off the curb and extended her hand. Her brother took it and playfully hopped off the curb, seemingly following her lead. "Come inside where it's warm," I suggested, hoping that they would take my advice. But as soon as those words left my mouth, something within me snapped and an overwhelming terror took over. It was as if I had turned a corner only to find myself face to face with a ferocious bear. I had never experienced such an intense fear in my entire life. I mustered every ounce of strength and pulled myself back inside, clinging to the door handle as if my life depended on it. The moment I crossed the threshold and entered the store, the fear subsided, providing me with a much-needed sense of relief. I hurriedly ran behind the counter, seeking refuge in its perceived safety. From that vantage point, I watched the 2 kids as they crossed over to the next curb at approximately 3:05 a.m. They seemed to be heading toward a nearby building. However, much to my bewilderment, they never emerged from the other side. It was as if they vanished into thin air. The whole experience left me shaken to my core. I had been off work since that encounter, but now, as time approached for me to return to my shift, an overwhelming terror gripped me once again. I couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of dread. It was as if I had a premonition that something terrible awaited me at work. The weight of this feeling bore down on my chest, consuming me with worry. Even when I'm home alone, my cat's been hissing at seemingly nothing, further adding to my unease. I can't help but ponder the repercussions of inviting those kids inside the store. Did I unwittingly put myself in danger? I shared my unsettling experience with my boss and requested her to review the surveillance footage from that night. However, upon reviewing the tapes, she saw nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, she believes I've lost my sanity, and in some sentiment, is shared by everyone else around me, apparently. I feel isolated and misunderstood. Except for those who have encountered similar inexplicable phenomena, I know that I'm not alone in this. As the time draws near for me to return to work tonight, my apprehension only grows stronger. It's as if I have an innate sense that I'm marching towards my own demise. The fear gnaws at my chest, devouring my peace of mind. I can't shake off the feeling that something sinister awaits me, lurking in the shadows of that convenience store. Story number 2. I saw my girlfriend's double. About a month ago, an incident occurred that left me bewildered and questioning the very fabric of reality. It was a seemingly ordinary day, and I found myself engaged in conversation with my father near the doorway of our humble little abode. Little did I know that this encounter would unravel a perplexing chain of events. As I stood there engrossed in our discussion, my gaze wandered towards the adjacent living room. To my astonishment, I caught sight of a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to my beloved girlfriend, making her way toward the bathroom. In that fleeting moment, my heart skipped a beat, and without a second's thought, I impulsively uttered something rather foolish. I called out to her, expressing my surprise at her sudden presence in our home. Curiosity piqued, I hastily made my way towards the bathroom, eager to join her and inquire about her unexpected visit. However, upon arrival, I was greeted by a perplexing sight, a vacant and desolate space, devoid of any human presence. Confusion enveloped me as I scanned the room, desperately searching for any sign of the woman who had seemingly vanished into thin air. Puzzled and slightly unnerved, I retraced my steps and ventured toward the bedroom, hoping to find solace in familiar surroundings. Yet, as I stepped into the room, my eyes were met with an unexpected scene. There, seated comfortably on the edge of the bed, was my girlfriend, engrossed in the captivating glow of a television screen. The inexplicable had become a reality. She had somehow managed to traverse the distance between the living room and our bedroom in a matter of seconds. Needless to say, my mind was filled with a whirlwind of thoughts and questions. How could someone be in two places at once? Was there some sort of supernatural phenomenon at play? Or perhaps a glitch in the matrix? This peculiar occurrence was not the first of its kind to transpire within the confines of my life. In retrospect, I recalled several instances in which reality seemed to twist and contort, blurring the boundaries between the tangible and the ethereal. It was as if the very fabric of my existence had been woven with threads of uncertainty, leaving with me perpetually teetering on the precipice of bewilderment. As the days passed, I found myself embarking on a quest for answers, a journey into the realm of the inexplicable. I delved into the depths of scientific literature, poring over countless theories and hypotheses, hoping to unravel the enigma that had befallen me. From quantum physics to metaphysics, no stone was left unturned in my pursuit of understanding. Yet with each passing day, my inquiries seemed to yield more questions than answers. The nature of reality, it appeared, was an elusive mistress, forever shrouded in mystery. Was I merely a witness to the interdimensional crossover, or was there a deeper, more profound significance to these perplexing occurrences? The seeds of doubt were sown, and my mind became a battleground for opposing theories, vying for dominance. In my quest for comprehension, I sought solace in the experience of others. Countless hours were spent scouring the depths of the internet, fervently combing through the forums and discussion boards in search of individuals who had encountered similar things. I yearned to find solace in the company of those who could validate my experiences, to know that I was not alone in my journey through the Twilight Zone. Through these virtual encounters, I discovered a vast community of individuals who had traversed the labyrinth corridors of the inexplicable. They shared stories of encounters with doppelgangers, eerie apparitions, and unexplained phenomena that defied all rational explanation. Their words resonated deeply within me, providing a glimmer of hope that someday I might uncover the truth that lay hidden in the shadows. And so, armed with the collective wisdom of these kindred spirits, I embarked on a personal odyssey, an exploration of the metaphysical realms that lay beyond the confines of everyday perception. I delved into ancient scriptures and mystical texts, seeking clues that would shed light on this enigmatic occurrence that had plagued my existence. Days turned into weeks and weeks into months as I dove deeper into the rabbit hole of esoteric knowledge. Each revelation unveiled a new layer of complexity, pushing the boundaries of my understanding to their limits. The more I learned, the more I realized how truly little I knew. Yet, amidst the labyrinth of uncertainty, a newfound sense of wonder and awe began to blossom within me. I discovered that the inexplicable and extraordinary were not mere anomalies to be feared, but gateways to a realm of boundless possibilities. The enigmatic encounters that had once left me bewildered now became sources of fascination, offering glimpses into the infinite tapestry of existence. As I pen these words, I find myself in a state of profound gratitude for the mysteries that have challenged my perceptions, the questions that have ignited my curiosity, and the relentless pursuit of knowledge that has propelled me forward. Though I have yet to uncover the ultimate truth behind the peculiar occurrences that unfolded that fateful day, I remain steadfast in my belief that the answers I seek are waiting patiently to be unveiled. And so, dear reader, I implore you to embrace this enigmatic tapestry of life, to question the boundaries of reality, and to embark on our own voyage of discovery. For it's in this realm of the inexplicable that we truly find ourselves, and it is through the pursuit of understanding that we become one of the ever-unfolding mysteries of the universe. Story number 3. First-time experience. I find myself at the ripe age of 25, embarking on an unexpected journey that led me to take up residence in my grandmother's old abandoned house. The circumstances that brought me here are shrouded in personal reasons that I prefer to keep kind of concealed. Allow me to paint a vivid picture of the dwelling that now surrounds me. This house, a standard 2-story abode, stands with an eerie allure, boasting an attic teeming with spiders and a basement door that stubbornly refuses to lock, leaving direct access to the outside deck. Neglect has taken its toll on this once vibrant exterior, leaving behind a haunting visage of peeling blue paint. The windows, small and square-shaped, are reminiscent of days gone by, with one gracing each bedroom. In my quest for solace within these walls, I've chosen to occupy the very room my sister once slumbered in. The decision was born out of an unsettling event that transpired many years ago. You see, my dear grandfather, a victim of congestive heart failure, met his untimely demise within the confines of his own room. The thought of sleeping in a space where a life had ended sent shivers down my spine, so I sought refuge in my sister's former sanctuary. One fateful night as I lay in bed, cocooned by the covers, I was abruptly startled by a distinct sound that permeated the air. It was unmistakable, an unmistakable echo of what appeared to be a grown man of considerable size traversing the creaky wooden steps that led into the living room. Panic flooded my senses, for I assumed an intruder had breached the feeble defenses of the unlocked basement door. Beads of perspiration formed on my brow as a surge of adrenaline coursed through my veins, propelling me to grasp my late grandfather's weathered hunting knife, my newfound weapon of defense. Without hesitation, I mustered every ounce of courage within me, and as the sound reached its crescendo, I mustered the strength to kick open the bedroom door, poised to confront the intruder with an unwavering resolve. To my bewilderment and disbelief, the empty space that met my eyes provided no evidence of an unwelcome visitor. It was as though the ethereal footsteps had dissipated into thin air. I struggled to comprehend the surreal experience that had unfolded before me. It seemed inconceivable, defying all logic and reason. A mixture of relief and disorientation washed over me, for the realization that there was no living being to confront offered a respite from the immediate threat that I had anticipated. However, the mystery remained, taunting my curious mind. Seeking answers, I turned to my mother, who posited a theory that sent shivers down my spine. She proposed that the footsteps belonged to not an earthly intruder, but to the spectral presence of my departed grandfather, lingering within the walls of this desolate dwelling. The notion was simultaneously comforting and unsettling, blurring the boundaries between the tangible and the otherworldly. In the days that followed, the enigmatic occurrences persisted. Once again, the heavy footsteps reverberated through the hollow halls, echoing with an eerie persistence. Determined to seek solace and a semblance of normalcy within the spectral realm, I sought the guidance of spirituality. Incense, fragrant with its ethereal smoke, wafted through the house, mingling with fervent prayers uttered in the hopes of quelling the supernatural unrest that pervaded every corner. As if appeased by these rituals, the phantom footfalls ceased their haunting serenade. Silence once again embraced the old house, imbuing it with an air of tranquility. Whether the ethereal presence truly belonged to my grandfather, or whether it was a figment of my imagination, remains an enigma that may never be fully resolved. Yet one thing remains clear. The weight of those heavy footsteps and the echoes of the intangible presence have etched themselves into the fabric of my consciousness, forever reminding me of the thin veil that separates the living from the departed. Story number 4, Why I Don't Mess with Ouija Boards. Seems like a lot of people have scary experiences with Ouija boards, but let me tell you about mine. It was Halloween night in 2019, and I found myself at a party with my friend Alex and a couple of his friends. We were all having a great time jamming out to spooky Halloween music and enjoying the festive atmosphere. As the night progressed, some of us started feeling a bit tired, but we didn't want the fun to end just yet. We decided to play a board and card game to keep the excitement going. That's when one of Alex's friends, whom I'll refer to as Lexi for privacy reasons, suggested that we try a Ouija board. You know, like in the movies, she said with a mischievous grin. Now, growing up in a fairly standard Christian home, I had always been warned about the dangers of Ouija boards, especially around Halloween. The stories I had heard were filled with cautionary tales of evil and spiritual unrest. However, I never really gave them much credence. None of us had a Ouija board, nor did we know where to find one in such short notice. Lexi, ever resourceful, proposed that we make our own. So, like a group of naive teenagers, we searched for a design online and used a Sharpie to draw one out in a piece of cardboard. For the pointer, we repurposed an old guitar pick. Excited and a little bit apprehensive, we gathered around the makeshift Ouija board, ready to experience something otherworldly. At first, the questions we asked were silly and light-hearted. We inquired about trivial matters like, who among us is the dumbest? Or, who will be the wealthiest after high school? To our disappointment, the board responded with a resounding no to most of the inquiries, as if it were irritated by our juvenile approach. Undeterred, Lexi suggested that we take things up a notch. She asked the board if there was anyone who would like to communicate with us. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room underwent a drastic change. It felt as though the temperature dropped and an indescribable uneasiness settled upon us. The pointer on the board began moving slowly but deliberately towards yes. A wave of discomfort swept through the room, affecting everyone except for my one friend named Mike, who seemed convinced that someone among us was playing a prank to frighten the rest. To test his theory, Mike decided to challenge the board. He asked it to reveal the name of a deceased relative that none of us in the room knew about. To our astonishment, the pointer spelled out E-L-E-A-N-O-R, Eleanor. Panic ensued as we realized that Eleanor was not the name of Mike's grandmother, Irene, whom we all knew. Instead, it turned out to be the name of his great-great-aunt who had passed away long before his own mother's death. In that moment, fear gripped each and every one of us, leaving us utterly terrified. Desperate to understand what was happening, we nervously asked the board what it wanted. In response, it spelled out a series of vulgar obscenities and incomprehensible words that none of us could decipher. Overwhelmed by the darkness and the malevolence emanating from the board, we hastily said our goodbyes and abruptly ended the session. As we turned on the lights, the room was filled with a tense silence, and our faces reflected the deep unease we all felt. Without hesitation, we decided to dispose of the homemade Ouija board. Wanting nothing more to do with it, we threw it away, hoping to sever any connection we had established with the unknown forces that had momentarily entered our lives. Since that fateful night, none of us has dared touch a Ouija board again, haunted by the chilling and inexplicable experience we had collectively endured. And so this cautionary tale serves as a stark reminder that some things are better left undisturbed, and that the supernatural realm can be far more potent and terrifying than we could ever fathom. Story number 5. Demonic Haunted Apartment. 12 years ago, my family and I embarked on a fateful journey as we moved into an apartment that would soon reveal itself to be haunted. Perhaps even something demonic. To fully grasp the gravity of the situation, I must delve further back into the past and shed light on the role my stepson played in this chilling tale. These eerie anecdotes concerning my stepson were relayed to me by my husband, and as I recount them, I can't help but believe that my stepson possessed a certain sensitivity to the supernatural, including ghosts and paranormal phenomena. It all began when my stepson was just a baby, back when we resided in another haunted apartment. One night he awoke from his slumber crying as if in pain, and to our shock, we discovered 3 distinct scratches on his delicate back. While skeptics may offer plausible explanations, my husband adamantly insisted that those scratches were not present before putting him to sleep. Another curious phenomenon was the presence of orbs in nearly every photograph featuring my stepson. Although some might dismiss it as mere coincidence or explainable by natural means, we had pictures where only his foot was visible, and yet there was a perfectly positioned orb near it. Remarkably, regardless of the photo's location, approximately 90% of the pictures we had of him showcased this perplexing anomaly. Now let us jump forward once again, back to the time when we first made our ill-fated decision to move into that haunted apartment 12 years ago. Despite our poor credit history, the landlord granted us a chance, and we were elated at the prospect of having our own space, having previously lived with my mother. I distinctly remember the landlord mentioning the extensive renovations that had been necessary due to the previous tenants' wanton destruction of the place. Little did we know that this information foreshadowed the horrors that awaited us. In the first month of our occupancy, I began noticing fleeting shadows in the corners of my eyes, emanating from the 2 bedrooms. Initially, I attributed these sightings to exhaustion, as I was caring for my 1-year-old son at the time. Exhaustion seems pretty plausible. However, as time passed, the paranormal encounters escalated. On one particularly unsettling occasion, I decided to take a shower while my 1-year-old son napped. To ensure I could hear him if he woke up, I left the door leading to my bathroom ajar, open just a little bit. As I stood underneath the cascading water, an inexplicable sense of being watched washed over me. When I mustered the courage to open my eyes, I caught a glimpse of a fleeting black shadow darting past the partially open door. Simultaneously, my son erupted into hysterical cries. Filled with the mixture of fear and protective instinct, I hastily exited the shower, scouring the house for signs of an intruder, only to find that the front door remained securely locked. A month passed, and strange occurrences began plaguing my stepchildren's room, who at the time were 7 and 8 years old. The wooden closet door started knocking on their own accord, occupied by an unsettling stench akin to rotten eggs permeating the room. Despite my exhaustive efforts to locate the source of the odor, my search proved fruitless. During subsequent visits, my mother-in-law playfully teased that the kids must have hidden an egg salad sandwich somewhere. My husband, too, acknowledged this knocking sound, but attributed them to the air conditioning systems kicking in. One weekend, my husband had to travel for work, leaving me alone with all the children. After successfully putting them to sleep, I decided to stay up and watch an episode of Ghost Adventures. As I lay on the couch engrossed in the paranormal investigation, my gaze happened to wander upwards, only to be met with the sight of my stepson standing by the couch with his eyes tightly shut. It dawned on me that he was sleepwalking, a phenomenon that occasionally occurred. He started mumbling about an old, terrifying man residing in his closet. Naively believing it to be a mere nightmare, I gently guided him back to his bed. However, as I turned to leave the room, my stepson suddenly sat up. His eyes still closed, and uttered, "The old man in the closet is looking at me." A sense of dread enveloped me as I glanced towards the closet, now inexplicably open. Then, to my horror, my stepson whispered, "He's going to knock." In that very instant, 3 distinct knocks reverberated through the room, accompanied by the resurgence of the putrid odor of rotten eggs. In a state of panic, I swiftly flicked on the lights and guided my stepson to the safety of my bedroom. Internally, I was consumed by fear, as my stepdaughter, asleep on the top bunk in the same room, was now left vulnerable. Eventually, I managed to gather all the children into my bed, remaining awake until fatigue overcame me and sleep inevitably claimed me. Although not particularly devout, I turned to my mother for advice on how to confront the unexplained terrors plaguing our apartment. She advised me to pray over our rooms and anoint my fingers with oil, drawing crosses on each doorframe. Eager to restore a semblance of peace, I followed her instructions to the letter. That very night, my dreams turned into a horrifying nightmare, wherein my mother appeared possessed. In this macabre vision, I witnessed her meeting a grisly demise, the horror of which I was forced to endure. Jolted awake, tears streaming down my face, I longed for an escape, a means to leave this place behind. Alas, moving was not an immediate option, and the apartment seemed to settle into a state of calm after this ghastly ordeal. However, a new manifestation emerged during this respite. On one particular night, I abruptly woke to the sensation of my bed shaking, as if someone had pressed their knees against the mattress and commenced an unsettling tremor. Yet every time I attempted to rouse my husband to share this inexplicable occurrence, the shaking would immediately cease. This peculiar phenomenon recurred on a weekly basis, adding to the mounting sense of unease that permeated our lives. Allow me to provide a bit of context. My 1-year-old son slept in a toddler bed, positioned in front of our own. One night, both my son and I were awake in the living room, and my husband, exhausted from a day's work, had retired to bed early. To my astonishment, he emerged from the bedroom with a troubled expression and admonished me for allowing our son to enter the room, as he claimed the bed had been shaking. I vehemently denied that our son had ever set foot in our bedroom. As I finished my sentence, the glass cover of the entryway light, situated directly behind me, suddenly crashed to the floor. My husband stood there, his wary mind struggling to process the series of unsettling events unfolding before him. Finally, he began to see and feel the things that had tormented me for so long. Soon after, fate intervened when a nearby house became available for rent, providing us with an opportunity to escape the clutches of that dreaded apartment. With an overwhelming sense of relief, we packed our belongings and left, having spent less than a year in that wretched place. As we settled into our new home, a wave of gratitude washed over me, for I feared that whatever malevolent entity resided within the haunted apartment might have attached itself to us, forever haunting our lives. Tragically, in 2019, my stepson passed away, potentially a victim of COVID-19. Prior to his untimely departure, I had shared the eerie events that had unfolded in the apartment with him during his teenage years. Astonishingly, he claimed to have no recollection of the incidents, but deep down, I wholeheartedly believed that he indeed bore witness to the entity that plagued our lives in that accursed dwelling. To this day, the memories of those harrowing experiences remain etched in my mind, a chilling testament to the experience of forces beyond our comprehension. Story number 6. The Mom Mimic. In 2007, a memorable incident took place that still haunts me to this day. It all began when my sister and her husband decided to move into a rental home shortly after the birth of their adorable little baby boy. The house was situated in a relatively new neighborhood, boasting modern features and an overall inviting atmosphere. As a loving and supportive sister, I was more than happy to offer my services as a babysitter, allowing my sister and brother-in-law to have a well-deserved evening out. On that particular evening, I arrived at their new abode, excited to spend some quality time with my adorable nephew. Before departing for their night out, my sister briefed me on some essential details. She mentioned that there was a load of baby clothes in the dryer that needed to be taken out and folded. Eager to help, I assured her that I had enough time to complete the task. After bidding them farewell, I heard the comforting sound of the dryer's completion alert after about 30 minutes. I carefully placed my nephew in his crib, and made my way to the laundry room to tend to the clothes. With utmost care, I removed the freshly laundered baby clothes from the dryer and meticulously folded them. Placing the neatly folded garments in a basket, I positioned it on a changing table. Feeling satisfied with my accomplishment, I retrieved my slumbering nephew from his crib, gently relocating him to his bassinet in the peaceful ambiance of the living room. There, I entertained myself with some quiet television time. However, my tranquility was abruptly shattered by a loud bang emanating from the nursery, the very room we had occupied earlier. Curiosity and concern washed over me, but upon peering into the bassinet, I found my nephew blissfully asleep. Undisturbed by the commotion, just totally asleep. Determined to investigate, I cautiously made my way to the nursery, nervously pushing the door open. To my astonishment, the laundry basket that I had placed on the changing table was now on the other side of the room, toppled over and upside down. The once neatly folded baby clothes appeared as if they had been carelessly tossed about. Puzzled and somewhat unnerved by the inexplicable incident, I swiftly collected the basket and its disheveled contents, returning them to the living room for refolding. Despite my confusion, I chose not to mention the incident, as I didn't want to spoil my sister and brother-in-law's evening. Months passed, and my sister once again sought my babysitting services for an evening. This time, my mother decided to join my sister and brother-in-law, as they planned a trip to a nearby casino. Before their departure, my sister informed me that my nephew would require a feeding upon awakening from his nap. True to her word, my nephew stirred awake just 30 minutes after they left, prompting me to bring him to the kitchen and settle him into a chair while I prepared his bottle. Now let me interject with a tidbit about myself. My name is Angelina, but I go by Angie for short. My mother in particular only used my full name when I was in trouble or when she was angry with me. Generally, it was quite rare to hear my full name being employed. Bearing this in mind, as I was engrossed in bottle preparation, I suddenly heard my mother's voice resounding angrily from what seemed to be the nursery. "Angelina, come here now!" she called out, her tone filled with ire. In response, I yelled back, "Just a second, I'm in the middle of making the baby's bottle." However, my mother's voice echoed once more, this time from the master bedroom, intensifying her urgency as she repeated, "Angela, come here now!" Feeling a mix of frustration and confusion, I retorted, "What's going on? Give me a second." Scooping up my nephew, I made my way toward the master bedroom, expecting to find my mother in distress and seeking assistance. To my astonishment, the room was empty, devoid of any trace of my mother's presence. I searched every nook and cranny, examining both the nursery and other areas of the house, including the guest bedroom. The bedroom and even the garage, too. My search led me to the driveway, where I checked for any additional cars beside my own. To my surprise, there was only my vehicle parked in the driveway. Perplexed, I re-entered the house and promptly dialed my mother's number. "Hey!" I exclaimed, my voice filled with a mixture of confusion and concern. "Did you guys come back and forget something?" On the other end of the line, my mother's voice responded with an equal bewilderment. "No, why? We've been out on the road for over 30 minutes now." My stomach churned with unease as I processed her words. Trying to maintain composure, I dismissed the incident, casually attributing it to the television's influence, even though it had been switched off the entire time. After ending the call, my heart nearly leapt out of my chest as the doorbell rang, shattering the eerie silence that enveloped the house. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, I hurried toward the front door, almost forgetting to check through the peephole before swinging it open. To my surprise, there was no one to be seen on the other side. I peered out cautiously, examining the driveway for any sign of additional vehicles. Alas, only my car was visible. A profound sense of dread washed over me yet again, intensifying with each passing moment. It was as if an invisible force was toying with my senses, playing a macabre game of hide-and-seek, and left me feeling unnerved and vulnerable. There was no one outside, and from the vantage point offered by the house's location, I could clearly observe both directions of the street. Strangely enough, I never disclosed any of these spine-chilling incidents to my sister until she decided to move out of that unsettling rental home. As I assisted her with the moving process, I couldn't help but notice that my nephew's crib had been relocated to the safety of the master bedroom. Intrigued, I inquired about this change, partly driven by curiosity about my nephew's sleeping patterns. What she revealed caught me completely off guard, mind you. My sister confessed that around Halloween she had purchased a black light and had the audacity to plug it in within the confines of the nursery. To her shock and horror, the room was instantly illuminated with a chilling sight. A large, concentrated stain dominated the center of the room, surrounded by eerie handprints creeping up the walls. Overwhelmed by an indescribable discomfort, she promptly decided to move my nephew's crib into her own bedroom that very night. Stunned by her revelation, I couldn't help but share my own experiences during the first night I babysat her nephew. It was then that my sister confided in me, disclosing a series of strange occurrences that had plagued their time in that house. Lights flickering sporadically, the doorbell ringing incessantly with no one ever present, and even the unsettling sensation of hearing disembodied voices were just a few of the eerie encounters she endured. The landlord, in a desperate attempt to retain tenants in the increasingly notorious rental property, had offered my sister a reduced rent if they signed a year-long lease. Sensing something inherently wrong with the place, my sister firmly declined the offer, ultimately choosing to relocate. As we reminisced about these unsettling events, a lingering sense of curiosity nagged at me. I often wondered what might have taken place within the walls of that house, if only I had delved deeper into the mysteries that it held. It pained me to think that an unseen presence had mimicked my mother's voice, using it as a tool to disturb and unsettle our peace of mind. The true nature of that malevolent force remained shrouded in the shadows, forever leaving us with unanswered questions and an enduring sense of unease. Story number 7. Scary Ghost Encounter. So I downloaded the Spirit Talker application because I've been engrossed in countless paranormal videos on YouTube lately, and I wanted to verify its legitimacy for myself. It was an ordinary day when I had an appointment at the hospital, so I figured it would be the perfect opportunity to test out the app. Without further ado, I launched the application and it allowed to run in the background. At first, it started spewing out a stream of seemingly random words, which immediately made me skeptical. My initial reaction was to dismiss it as mere fabrication. Nevertheless, my curiosity got the best of me, and I decided to play around with the app a little bit more. I summoned the courage to ask the app for a name and a story, fully expecting it to provide me with another generic response. To my surprise, it offered 2 distinct names and claimed that one of them had been a witness to a devastating car crash. The eeriness of the situation sent shivers down my spine, but I still couldn't shake the notion that it might all be a clever ruse. However, the app continued to pique my interest as it started mentioning peculiar words like patience, knife, and injection. Coincidentally, I happened to be at the hospital for an injection myself, which intensified the uncanny atmosphere surrounding me. As I left the hospital, I felt compelled to address whatever entity or entities were allegedly following me through the app. I sternly notified them that they had no permission to accompany me back home, and expressed my gratitude for their interaction, but requested them to leave me be. Just as I was about to exit the hospital's doors, a chilling voice emanated from the app, pleading, "Please leave here." A sense of unease washed over me, but I decided to leave the application running as I embarked on my journey homeward. The entire trip back was remarkably silent. The once chatty Spirit Talker app fell eerily dormant, leaving me in an unsettling state of anticipation. Finally, upon reaching the sanctuary of our home, the app suddenly came back to life, uttering the bone-chilling words, "I'm home," and "ashes." My heart skipped a beat as I realized that my boyfriend had been keeping his late brother's ashes, a tragic reminder of his siblings' untimely demise by suicide. It was an emotional, charged moment, and the app's subsequent responses began to align directly with my thoughts, actions, and inquiries. As I cautiously passed by the table adorned with cherished photographs and the urn containing the ashes, The Spirit Talker app seemed to intrude into my reality, blurting out phrases like "don't move," "recognize," and "relative." Overwhelmed with a mixture of trepidation and curiosity, I gingerly took a seat and mustered up the courage to ask the app a poignant question. "Where are you?" To my utter astonishment, the app responded with a single word: "The hall." A wave of profound sadness washed over me, and my heart sank to the depths of my being. Suddenly the app spoke an unexpected name: Eric. I was taken back, as I had never mentioned Eric before, and my boyfriend had never discussed him either. It was a name that held great significance within my boyfriend's family, forever intertwined with the tragedy that had shaped their lives. In that vulnerable moment, the app's eerie messages continued, revealing fragments of a story that only Eric could know, declaring, "I'm dead," and evoking feelings of sorrow and anguish. Overwhelmed with a profound mixture of emotions, I couldn't contain the floodgate of tears streaming down my face. The weight of the experience pressed heavily on my heart as I found myself inexplicably connected to a realm beyond our understanding. I knew in my soul that it was my boyfriend's departed brother communicating through the app. The sheer authenticity of the app's knowledge, with its mentions of real names and personal details, left me astounded and convinced of its otherworldly nature. In the midst of my emotional turmoil, a flicker of apprehension settled within me. While I had substantial evidence to support the legitimacy of this haunting encounter, I hesitated to divulge the full extent of this experience. My desire to protect the privacy of those involved, shielding them from potential distress or unwanted attention, weighed heavily on my mind. The evidence and corroborating accounts would serve as a personal testament to the genuineness of the Spirit Talker app, but I knew that sharing it could potentially upset someone deeply. And so, this remarkable journey, filled with inexplicable connections, profound sadness, and a brush with the supernatural, remains a closely guarded secret within the confines of my heart. The Spirit Talker app, with its chilling accuracy and inexplicable insights, has forever changed my perception of the unseen world, leaving me with a profound appreciation for the mysteries that lie beyond our tangible existence. It serves as a constant reminder that there are realms yet explored, waiting to be unveiled, and that sometimes the most extraordinary experiences are meant to be kept hidden, cherished only by those who are fortunate enough to have been touched by their enigmatic embrace. Story number 8. I think I'm cursed or haunted. I'm reaching a point of sheer exhaustion. This relentless ordeal has robbed me of peaceful sleep and instilled a paralyzing fear within me wherever I approach bedtime. It's a tale that originated from sleep paralysis, an event that I won't delve into extensively, as this isn't designated subreddit for such discussions. However, it serves as a genesis of my current predicament. Following that haunting episode, I found myself awakening on numerous occasions, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of dread, consistently around the ungodly hour of 3 a.m. or 3:33 a.m. Within the confines of my room, I perceived the eerie sounds of footsteps, the flickering of light switches, and an undeniable presence looming over me. Each time, a profound sensation of dread coursed through my veins, leaving me petrified and incapable of finding solace. But lately, matters have taken a turn for the worse. Although there was a brief respite from lasting about a month, 2 nights ago my slumber was interrupted by an unexpected disturbance. Awakening at what seemed like 6 a.m., despite the illusion of a full night's rest, a sudden noise pierced the silence. It resembled the sound of something toppling over, a notion I attributed to the wind knocking down my water bottle. Foolishly assuming my window had been left ajar, perhaps. However, upon inspection, I discovered that my window was securely shut. Perplexed but not overly concerned, I resolved to address the matter in the morning. It was only then, as I cast my gaze upon the floor beside my bed, that I beheld a roll of tape, incongruously lying there. I distinctly remembered its previous location on my desk, leaving me bewildered as to how it had managed to roll such a considerable distance. And then, last night, following what felt like yet another complete night's rest, I was roused from my slumber at the stroke of midnight, having retired to bed previously at 11:30 p.m., by an inexplicable occurrence. An indistinct noise, akin to the belch of my brother occasionally unleashes, reverberating through the darkness. Strangely, no one else seemed to stir in response to this audible disturbance. Furthermore, a faint melody permeated the air, reminiscent of my mother's alarm clock. Nevertheless, it abruptly ceased mere seconds after its inception. A puzzling phenomenon given the lateness of the hour. Turning to face the wall, I suddenly found myself seized by an uncontrollable trembling, despite the absence of cold or any discernible cause for my physical reaction. On the surface, these events may appear relatively innocuous, but their cumulative effect has taken a toll on my mental well-being. I find myself perpetually drained upon awakening, as if my very essence has been sapped. The exhaustion engulfs me, leaving me desolate and bereft. Fear now haunts my every thought, casting its dark shadow over the prospect of slumber. The weight of this mounting torment, both physically and psychologically, has become too much to bear. I'm at a loss for what steps to take next, trapped in a state of perpetual apprehension. The simple act of going to bed, once a cherished respite, has transformed into a daunting and fear-laden task. My mind is plagued with uncertainty, and my weary spirit yearns for a reprieve from this malevolent cycle. Story number 9. It was really scary and annoying. So let me take you back maybe 10 or 15 years, although the exact timeline is a bit hazy. In my memory, for reasons I'll explain later. At that time, I was a teenager living with my mom because my dad had kicked me out for my affinity for weed, but hey, no regrets there. My younger sister was also living with our mom because for her, our mom was the preferred parent. Meanwhile, my older brother was off serving in the military, so we were widely separated as a family, each going on our own separate ways. Our living situation was in a smaller house with 2 floors and a total of 3 bedrooms. The biggest room was on the 2nd floor, which we all referred to as the master bedroom. Then there was the front bedroom. And toward the back of the house, there was a room we called the guest room, which was intended to be mine. During that period, I was in my junior year of high school, and my mom had laid out a specific set of rules for me to follow. No drugs or alcohol, no closing the door when I had company over, and no making loud noises. I wouldn't say I was a bad kid, although I did enjoy smoking weed quite a bit. I sometimes resorted to lying to avoid trouble, but overall, I wouldn't classify myself as a troublemaker. Unfortunately, my parents didn't hold the most favorable opinion of me. During the first few nights in that house, everything seemed relatively calm. Occasionally, my sister's sleepwalking adventures would echo down the hall, but funny enough, her sleepwalking isn't relevant to the story I'm about to share. About 2 weeks or so into our stay, I hadn't experienced anything out of the ordinary, but then came that fateful night that would haunt me for years to come. I was sound asleep, as if nothing in the world could wake me up. Suddenly, I was abruptly jolted awake by an intense force tugging on my ankles, nearly pulling me halfway off the bed. Now let me emphasize that I've always been a big guy, heavy-set and strong, so it would have taken considerable strength to move me like that. The experience was beyond unsettling, and I couldn't help but burst into tears because I simply couldn't explain or comprehend what was happening. From that moment on, such occurrences became a consistent part of my life in that house. I confided in my mom, hoping to find some understanding and support. But since she didn't really want me there in the first place, she simply brushed off my concerns. This lack of validation only intensified the fear, plunging me into a deep spiral of depression and anxiety. Nights became a dreaded ordeal as I struggled to sleep, knowing that I would likely experience another terrifying incident. I delved into researching the history of the house, desperately seeking any clues or explanations for these supernatural events. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any prior incidents or documented phenomena associated with the house, despite my efforts to dig deep. The haunting continued relentlessly, persisting until the end of my junior year. It all began roughly a month into the second semester, adding to the mounting stress and pressure I was already experiencing as a student. During one particularly distressing night, as the mysterious force once again made its presence known, I couldn't bear it any longer. Overwhelmed with despair, I screamed out in desperation, "For the love of God, please stop! I can't endure this anymore." The reaction that followed was nothing short of horrifying. The entity, or whatever it was, violently rattled my door, almost tearing it off its hinges, leaving me paralyzed with fear. I didn't sleep for the remainder of that night, paralyzed by the terror that had consumed me. After that traumatic incident, I made the decision to sleep upstairs from then on. My mom would occasionally instruct me to go back to my designated room whenever she found me sleeping elsewhere in the house, but after that night, I refused to budge. In fact, I withdrew into myself, speaking barely a word and retreating into a shell of fear and anxiety. It's an experience that will forever be etched in my mind, evoking tears whenever I recall it, and I rely on my partner's calming presence to soothe my troubled emotions. Most nights, sleep eludes me, forcing me to resort to heavy doses of melatonin just to find some semblance of rest. So there you have it, the harrowing tale of my teenage years, filled with an inexplicable and terrifying occurrence that continue to haunt me to this day. Story number 10. Mimic Ghost. Back in the year 2020, during the lockdown period, a peculiar incident occurred, which continues to bewilder me to this day. At that time, I was a mere 13 years old, and both of my parents happened to be essential workers, tirelessly carrying out their duties amidst the stringent measures in place. Consequently, they were absent from home for a significant portion of the lockdown. This left me in the company of my 16-year-old sister and our faithful canine companion. On that particular day, my sister decided to take our beloved dog for a refreshing walk outdoors, while I remained upstairs engrossed in the captivating world of my phone screen. As she departed through the black gate, which emitted an audible creak and clank when opened or closed, I continued to indulge in my virtual pursuits. However, approximately 10 minutes later, my attention was seized by the distinct sound of the back gate swinging open, accompanied by the rhythmic jingle produced when my dog enthusiastically shook his head, causing his ears to slap against his head. Curiosity piqued, I hastened downstairs, eager to reunite with my sister and our dog. To my astonishment, I discovered an empty courtyard, devoid of their presence. Perplexed, I dismissed the incident as a figment of my imagination, convincing myself that my senses had momentarily deceived me. Subsequently, I sought solace in the familiar surroundings of our garage. As fate would have it, the saga continued to unravel itself the following day. Once again, my sister and I found ourselves occupying our separate domain upstairs, while I luxuriously sprawled across my parents' bed, captivated by the digital wonders within my grasp. My sister sought refuge in the confines of her own room, accompanied by her ever-loyal canine companion. The clock hand gracefully embraced the hour of 2:30 p.m., the very moment my mother typically returned from her arduous day of work. Suddenly I heard the front door swing open with an air of familiarity, accompanied by the melodious resonance of my mother's voice as she cheerfully greeted us, a tradition she maintains even to this day. Intrigued and yearning for a glimpse of her familiar countenance, I eagerly ascended the staircase, anticipation building within me. Yet, once again, I was confronted with an empty landing, devoid of any signs of life. Perplexed and slightly unnerved, I immediately sought solace in the presence of my sister, eager to unravel the perplexing mystery that shrouded her humble abode. To my surprise, my sister affirmed that she too had distinctly heard our mother's voice resonating through the walls, an eerie testament to the bizarre nature of our shared experience. The unsettling events of the past 2 days had left both my sister and me on edge, struggling to comprehend the inexplicable phenomenon that had invaded our lives. It was crucial to note that our residence, an architectural relic of the past, had been erected in the year of 1907, harboring within its time-worn walls the vestiges of forgotten tales. It seems almost fitting that such a historic abode would become the stage upon which the enigmatic presence would unveil itself. Since that disconcerting encounter, I am relieved to recount the mimicry, which haunted our once tranquil sanctuary, has not reared its perplexing head again. As I sit here reflecting upon those bewildering days, the question lingers like an indomitable specter. What or who was responsible for the auditory illusions that plagued our humble dwelling? To this day, me and my sister remain confounded, with no plausible explanation to appease our curious minds. The inexplicable mimicry continues to defy rational comprehension, an enduring mystery woven into the fabric of our lives, forever intertwined with the chapters of our shared history. Story number 11. Just a tad creeped out. Over a decade has passed since that eerie incident unfolded. Allow me to take you back to that spine-chilling night where I found myself alone with my faithful canine companion. You see, my husband had been assigned to the night shift, leaving just my dog and me in the confines of our home. With the darkness enveloping the world outside, my dog peacefully slumbered beside me, oblivious to the events that were about to unfold. As the night grew deeper, I found solace in the company of a gripping novel. The words on the pages danced before my eyes, captivating my imagination. However, a sudden urge to bid my beloved husband good night tugged at my heartstrings. Grasping my phone, I prepared to reach out to him, to bridge the distance between our nocturnal lives. With a few taps, I accessed the text application on my phone and diligently selected my husband's contact. But as my fingertips hovered above the keyboard, a peculiar occurrence sent shivers cascading down my spine. Inexplicably, without any prompt from my touch, the screen began to manifest a message before my very eyes. Slowly but surely, letter by letter, the words, "I am BEAUT," materialized on the illuminated surface. The shock rendered me motionless, and in a reflexive response, I involuntarily hurled the phone back into the bed, face down. Its dull thud against the sheets served as an awakening for my slumbering dog, who roused from her peaceful repose. Her eyes fixated on a point beyond the phone, her instincts alert, and an uncharacteristic growl emanating from deep within her being. As the hair on the back of my neck stood erect, an overwhelming sense of unease washed over me. The sensation that coursed through my scalp was familiar, a numbing feeling that had accompanied me during past encounters with the paranormal. The realization set in that I was not alone in the room, that an inexplicable presence lingered, disrupting the tranquility of our home. Yet my husband's absence until the late hours of the night compelled me to gather my courage and confront the enigmatic force. Turning my gaze towards the direction that my dog intently shared, I mustered every ounce of bravery within me. In a firm voice, laced with determination, I addressed the unknown entity, proclaiming, "You are not welcome here. Leave this place at once." To my astonishment, almost as if acknowledging my words, my dog's growls began to wane, eventually transforming into a languid yawn. Gradually, her alertness faded, and she nestled herself back into a state of undisturbed slumber. The room fell silent with an eerie calm, and the supernatural visitor had heeded my warning. Although I had encountered paranormal phenomena in the past, the event that unfolded that night was unlike any other. The notion of an otherworldly entity taking control of my phone, manipulating it to communicate a cryptic message, remained a perplexing anomaly, a one-of-a-kind occurrence in my personal repertoire of supernatural experiences. As I reflect upon the fateful night, even after all these years, the memory remains etched in my mind. It serves as a reminder that our world holds mysteries beyond our comprehension, glimpses into realms that lie just beyond our reach, and although I may never unravel the true nature of that supernatural encounter, it's left an indelible mark on my consciousness, forever shaping my belief in the enigmatic forces that exist within the realm of the unknown. Story number 12. The Shadow Man and the Paranormal Experiences in the apartment I stay at currently. I've always been a skeptic when it comes to the existence of ghosts. I mean, I'm a 23-year-old guy living in LA, standing tall at 6'2", and I never believed in anything supernatural. That was until last year when something happened that changed my perspective completely. It was a chilling experience that I'll never forget. It was just an ordinary day and I was casually walking down the hallway of my apartment building. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a shadow. Now, shadows are pretty normal, but this one was different. It wasn't on the wall like most shadows would be. Instead, it was right in the middle of the hallway, moving as if it were a person. The strange thing was that there was nobody around. This shadow figure stood at about 6'1" and had an imposing size, as if it belonged to a person weighing around 200 pounds. It made a sharp turn around a corner leading to the neighboring apartments. Naturally, I was intrigued, but also somewhat frightened. I didn't want this mysterious entity following me home, so I decided not to chase after it. I quickly retreated into my apartment, feeling a rush of unease. Opening the window for some fresh air, I was hoping to calm my nerves. However, what happened next only intensified my fear. From the apartment adjacent to mine, I could hear my neighbors engaged in a heated argument. The timing was uncanny, and I couldn't shake off the feeling that there was something paranormal causing the disturbance. Curiosity got the better of me, and I cautiously opened my front door to take a peek. To my surprise, there was nothing there. The eerie silence only added to the mystery. That incident took place in March of last year, but it was not the last time that I encountered something unexplainable. Several months later, I found myself assisting an on-site manager in removing a homeless lady who had been digging through the recycling bins, making a mess of everything. Once she left, I decided to record the aftermath on my phone, intending to send the footage to the building manager as evidence of the situation. Little did I know that this video would haunt me in more ways than one. When I played back the recording, everything appeared normal visually. However, the audio was a different story. Instead of the expected sounds of the environment, I heard what sounded like distant screams. Goosebumps covered my arms and a shiver ran down my spine. I was alone in my garage with no cars or bikes passing by, yet the screams echoed throughout the audio. In a panic, I bolted out of the garage, never daring to watch that video again on my phone. Months went by and I had almost convinced myself that these bizarre incidents were just figments of my imagination. But in December, during a gathering with my Russian friends, the supernatural made its presence felt once more. We were huddled around an expensive gaming setup, engrossed in a session of Resident Evil. Nice choice. Now, let me tell you, my friends are some of the bravest people I know, but what happened that night tested even their courage. Feeling a mix of curiosity and trepidation, I decided to show them the haunted video footage I'd captured months ago. As they listened to the audio, one of them remarked that it sounded like someone burning in a fire. Suddenly, all the lights and monitors and my friend's console shut off abruptly, plunging the room into darkness. Panic ensued as we struggled to restore power and fix the technical issue. It was a baffling situation because, as computer technicians, we were well equipped to handle such problems. However, this time we were stumped for a good 5 minutes. What struck me as even more unsettling was that the power outage and technical malfunction were only occurring in my friend's apartment, which happened to be directly across from mine. Fear gripped me as I contemplated the implications of the strange occurrence. Despite my unease, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was lurking in the darkness of my friend's room. Unable to ignore my instincts any longer, I decided to return home, which conveniently was just across the hall. Throughout the entire night, I was plagued by worry and an overwhelming sense of dread. I couldn't help but keep an eye on my friend's apartment, convinced that I saw movement within the darkness. It was a sleepless night filled with unease and a constant feeling of being watched. To this day, I still possess the haunted footage, saved on my old Instagram stories. However, I dare not open it again. I have learned that strange things start happening whenever I do. It serves as a chilling reminder of the inexplicable events that have unfolded in my life. events that have shattered my skepticism and forced me to confront the possibility that there are forces beyond our understanding. Ghosts may have once been an absurd notion to me, but now they are a haunting reality that I can't easily dismiss. Story number 13. Things mysteriously happening around my house. In my seemingly ordinary life, I often find myself caught in a web of blame for problems I had no knowledge of. Fortunately, such instances were rare, so I didn't feel overly concerned. I would simply attribute them to mere misunderstandings, and then I'd move on. As an 18-year-old girl, I resided with my mother and brother, and our existence was rather uneventful. We coexisted peacefully, although my brother occasionally stirred up trouble, but I, for the most part, remained unaffected. Lately, however, a series of peculiar incidents have been unfolding, leaving me with an unsettling feeling that something or someone was playing tricks on me. Strange occurrences seemed to surround me, yet I had no hand in them. For instance, there were times when I would struggle to unlock my phone for hours only to have it suddenly accept the possible passcode that had failed before. Furthermore, my mother persistently nagged me about putting away my muddy shoes incorrectly and damaging things, even though I never committed such an offense. I always left them out and wiped off all the dirt, and it struck me as bizarre that this happened twice when I hadn't even been outdoors in a month. However, today's events took the strangeness to an entirely new level. My mother had left the house while my brother remained locked in his room. I leisurely enjoyed my dinner for approximately an hour. Yet, upon her return, my mother discovered the kitchen counters marred with deep scratches, as if someone had maliciously carved them with a knife. The gravity of the situation intensified when she mentioned that she might have to pay for the damages, considering that we were merely renting the place. At that moment, I was engrossed in my own activities in my room, and had even washed my dishes, so I had no recollection of noticing anything amiss. My brother denied any involvement with the knives, and I had only used one briefly to open a package in a completely different location, far away from the counters. The situation had transformed into an enigma, with my mother quick to point a finger at me, since I had been the only one out of the house during the incident. However, I found myself stuck in a paradoxical predicament. On one hand, my mother believed my innocence, acknowledging my genuine confusion regarding the strange happenings. Yet, on the other hand, she seemed to suspect that something was wrong with me, suggesting that perhaps I was forgetting my own actions. I vehemently denied any wrongdoing and insisted that nothing was awry in terms of my memory. I knew that I never caused problems, especially after being specifically instructed not to. Despite my genuine confusion, my mother's lingering doubts persisted, leaving me in a perplexing state of frustration. The incidents kept recurring, continuously implicating me as the epicenter of the mysterious events. Yet deep down, I knew that I was not the one responsible. It was an agonizing experience to be held accountable for circumstances beyond my control. The uncertainty surrounding these occurrences weighed heavily on me, as I searched for answers that seemed to elude me at every turn. I longed to vindicate myself and put an end to this perplexing saga. The need to prove my innocence and reclaim my peace of mind became my relentless pursuit. I refused to succumb to the notion that there was something inherently wrong with me, for I knew in my heart that I was not the forgetful or the careless one that they were telling. It was crucial to uncover the truth and expose the hidden force behind these inexplicable events. As days turned into weeks, my determination only grew stronger. I became increasingly vigilant, monitoring every movement within our household, hoping to catch a glimpse of the elusive culprit. I scoured every nook and cranny, searching for any semblance of evidence that could shed light on the situation. The peculiar incidents had consumed my thoughts and actions, becoming the focal point of my existence. Friends and family watched as my relentless pursuit consumed me, expressing concern for my well-being. They advised to let me go and move on, but I couldn't bear the thought of being forever labeled as the one causing these inexplicable problems. I yearned for a resolution that would restore harmony within our family, allowing us to once again coexist without any suspicion or blame. Days turned into weeks and weeks into months, yet the source of these peculiar events remained concealed, like a phantom lurking in the shadows. I exhausted every conceivable explanation, contemplating the existence of the supernatural forces or unseen entities orchestrating this elaborate charade. The once simple notion of a misunderstanding had transformed into a complex enigma, challenging my sanity and resilience. Amidst the chaos and uncertainty, one thing remained unwavering: my determination to uncover the truth. The mysterious incidents had not only disrupted our daily lives, but also deepened the rift within our family. I yearned to restore the trust that I had once eroded by these inexplicable events and reunite us under the banner of understanding and acceptance. In my quest for answers, I sought professional assistance, consulting experts in the field of paranormal phenomena and psychological mysteries. They delved deep into the intricacies of my mind, probing the depths of my subconscious, in an attempt to unravel the tangled threads of this perplexing tapestry. Countless therapy sessions, hypnosis, and exhaustive examinations ensued as we embarked on a journey to unlock the secrets buried within. Days turned into months and months into years as the investigation intensified. The persistent efforts of the experts finally bore fruit when they stumbled upon a breakthrough. Through a meticulous analysis of my subconscious mind, they unraveled the existence of a dissociative identity disorder, a condition that had long gone unnoticed. It turned out that within the depths of my own psyche resided an alter ego, an alternate personality that had been orchestrating these bizarre incidents. This dormant side of me, unknown and untamed, would seize control during periods of stress and anxiety, wreaking havoc in a desperate attempt to assert its existence. The alter ego, desperate to be acknowledged, would engage in these disruptive acts, leaving behind a trail of confusion and discord. Armed with this newfound knowledge, a comprehensive treatment plan was devised to integrate and reconcile the conflicting facets of my identity. Through a combination of therapy, medication, and unwavering support from my loved ones, I embarked on a journey of self-discovery and healing. The process was arduous, fraught with challenges and setbacks, but I remained resolute, driven by the desire to regain control over my life. Gradually, the incidents subsided as I gained mastery over the alter ego and its disruptive tendencies. The scratches on the countertops ceased to appear, the misplaced blame dissolved, and a newfound sense of tranquility settled upon our household. We embarked on a collective healing journey, rebuilding the fractured bonds of trust and understanding that had been shattered by the enigma that plagued us for far too long. Looking back on that perplexing chapter of my life, I'm reminded of the resilience of the human spirit and the power of love and support. The inexplicable incidents, once a source of turmoil, became a catalyst for growth and self-discovery. They served as a reminder that sometimes the most profound mysteries reside within our own minds, waiting patiently to be unveiled and embraced. Today, as I reflect upon my journey, I'm grateful for the twists and turns that led me to a place of clarity and understanding. The trials and tribulations ultimately shaped me into a stronger individual, armed with the knowledge that even amidst the most bewildering circumstances, there's always a path forward, a path that leads to self-acceptance, forgiveness, and the restoration of harmony within oneself and the world around us. Are you drawn to the inexplicable? Eager to uncover the secrets that lie beyond our understanding? Look no further than Paranormal M. Subscribe to our channel and turn on notifications to be the first to witness the most compelling supernatural stories. Starting with story number 1, The Woman with No Face. When I reminisce about the year 2005, a chilling memory resurfaces, one that sends shivers down my spine and still haunts my thoughts to this day. It was a cold morning. As an 18-year-old with my car impounded for some ridiculous reason, I had to rely on my mom for rides to work. This particular day, I had the early morning shift, which meant that I had to be at work by 5 a.m. Consequently, my mom and I had to leave our house no later than 4:30 a.m., a time when darkness blanketed the world, shrouding everything in an eerie, impenetrable blackness. I climbed into the car, feeling the chill of the early morning air settle into my bones. The faint glimmers of streetlights were the only sources of illumination as we embarked on our journey. As we made our way through the dimly lit streets, a peculiar sight caught my eye in the distance. There was a figure seemingly preparing to cross the road just as we approached. With each passing moment, the image became clearer, revealing a young girl standing there. Curiosity mingled with amusement as I speculated about the girl's situation. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking that she might be embarking on the infamous walk of shame. Her attire certainly suggested so. Clad in a man's oversized white shirt, resembling a makeshift dress, she appeared to be pantless, save for the glimpse of short jean shorts peeking out from underneath the large garment. To add to the peculiarity, she was barefoot, trudging along the cold pavement. My mother, never one to shy away from speaking her mind, began to express her disapproval in Spanish, questioning the audacity of the young girl wandering the streets at such an ungodly hour, dressed so inappropriately. However, the girl's unhurried pace now positioned directly in the middle of the road, forcing my mom to bring the car to a halt. We found ourselves just 10 feet away from this mysterious figure, utterly perplexed by her actions. As we drew closer, my senses sharpened, allowing me to discern more details. A chill ran down my spine as I noticed the bluish-gray tint of her skin, accentuated by her jet-black, damp and tangled hair, resembling someone who had just emerged from a shower. It was then that the girl, still facing the direction she intended to cross, turned her head slowly to meet our gaze. In that heart-stopping moment, time seemed to stand still. The girl's face, concealed by her wet locks, mirrored the haunting character from The Ring, a horror movie that had sent chills down my spine in the past. What transpired next is forever etched into my memory, a sight that defies any logical explanation. As she moved her hair away from her face, what I saw left me utterly speechless and my heart plummeted into the depths of my stomach. The girl, if one could even call her that, had no face. Not a single feature adorned her smooth countenance. There were no eyes, no mouth, no nose, just an expanse of flawless skin, like the eerie entity known as Slender Man, whose existence I had only encountered in tales of the supernatural. It was a sight that defied the boundaries of reality, leaving my mother in the throes of a panic attack and myself grappling with a mixture of terror and disbelief. Amidst the overwhelming shock and fear, my primary focus shifted to consoling my distressed mother, who was now desperately gasping for air. I frantically attempted to calm her down, all the while struggling to make sense of what we had just witnessed. The girl with her featureless face continued to stare at us for what felt like an eternity, but in reality, it lasted merely 2 or 3 seconds. And then, without warning, she bolted into a sprint, vanishing into the darkness. To this day, my mother and I remain unable to rationalize or comprehend the nature of that otherworldly encounter. It remains an enigma, an inexplicable phenomenon that continues to baffle us. The incident served as a stark reminder that there are mysteries in this world beyond our comprehension, lurking in the shadows and defying all logical explanation. Story number 2. My haunted house experience and possibly helping a spirit pass to the other side. The first house I ever owned holds a special place in my heart. It was a charming brick craftsman-style bungalow that exuded character, constructed back in the 1910s. Nestled in the picturesque Congress Park neighborhood of Denver, my humble abode boasted a rich history and a cozy atmosphere. Interestingly, this neighborhood and the neighboring Cheeseman Park was not immune to the eerie ghost stories, primarily due to their dark past as a city cemetery. You see, there was a tale that circulated about the contractor hired to relocate the bodies when the decision was made to transform the cemetery into a residential area. Rumor had it that he failed to fulfill his duty entirely, leaving a haunting legacy behind. However, the story I'm about to share is not connected to those spine-chilling legends, but rather a personal encounter of my own. It all began when I purchased the house from an estate of a deceased woman. Although she had passed away, her spirit seemed to linger within the walls of the house. My first encounter with the inexplicable occurred one day while I was engrossed in the mundane task of changing light bulbs in the bathroom. The door behind me was open, and as I focused on my task, it suddenly swung forcefully towards my closed position, hitting me square on the butt. Instinctively, I assumed it was my mischievous cat attempting to explore the hidden spaces behind the door. However, to my surprise, she was fast asleep in the living room. Perplexed by this peculiar incident, I brushed it off as a mere oddity, muttering to myself, that was weird. Weeks turned into months, and the memory of the door incident had faded into the recesses of my mind. Then one fateful night, I awoke abruptly from a deep slumber, startled for no apparent reason. A dim nightlight in the hallway cast a delicate sliver of light through the slightly ajar bedroom door. The door gradually widened, revealing the mysterious darkness beyond. Assuming it was my cat sneaking into the room, I peered toward the door, but to my astonishment, she was curled up at the foot of my bed, completely oblivious to the unfolding events. As I strained my senses, I heard the distinct sound of footsteps echoing on the creaky wooden floor. The footsteps moved gracefully from the door, traversing the room until they reached the foot of my bed. Entranced, my feline companion followed the unseen presence with her gaze, silently observing its ethereal journey across the room. Strangely, there was no sense of malevolence in the air. It was as if a benign spirit was merely passing through. After a moment of stillness, the cat nonchalantly settled back down and resumed her peaceful slumber. This surreal sequence of events repeated itself several times over the course of a year. Each time the same enigmatic phenomenon unfolded, capturing my attention but never causing distress. Had it not been for my cat's calm demeanor during these occurrences, I would have surely succumbed to fear and anxiety. Yet her unwavering serenity reassured me that there was nothing to be afraid of. It was just a curious presence, traversing my room before vanishing into the night. One morning, fate intervened, bringing my sister and brother-in-law to spend the night at my house during their journey through town. Little did I know that this visit would provide an unexpected revelation. As we gathered for breakfast, my brother-in-law casually inquired if I'd ever experienced anything peculiar in the house. Intrigued, I asked him the reason behind his query. To my astonishment, he recounted an eerie, familiar tale, the door opening and footsteps crossing the room, mirroring my own encounters. I was dumbfounded by the revelation, for I had never shared my experiences with him, my sister, or anyone else. This confirmation from an impartial witness confirmed the validity of my encounters and further deepened the mystery that enveloped my home. As time went on, additional strange incidents occurred, reinforcing the enigmatic aura that enveloped the house. I often heard peculiar noises emanating from the kitchen, resembling the sounds of vegetables being chopped, pots and pans being shuffled, and even the distinct click of the oven door closing. Intriguingly, upon investigation, everything would be in its rightful place, leaving me bewildered. One evening, a close friend joined me to watch a movie, entirely unaware of the house's eerie reputation. Suddenly, he muted the television, held his finger to his lips to signal silence, and then intently focused on the kitchen. After a few moments, he whispered, "Who's in the kitchen?" His startled expression mirrored my own astonishment as we both acknowledged the unexplainable presence lurking within the confines of my home. But the most terrifying encounter I had in that house occurred one night, etching itself indelibly into my memory. It was an experience devoid of apparitions or spectral shapes, leaving no room for ghostly sightings or visual evidence to support my account. As I lay in bed, the familiar routine unfolded once again. The door opened, allowing a slender beam of light to penetrate the darkness, and footsteps reverberated toward the foot of my bed. However, on this particular occasion, a woman's voice emerged from the abyss, breathless and desperate, uttering the bone-chilling words, Take me to the hospital." The voice was ethereal, delivered in an otherworldly manner that defied normal speech patterns. It seemed to emanate from the darkness itself, whispering urgently, as if carried by a gentle breeze that crept across the room. The words echoed in my mind, accompanied by a haunting sensation that sent shivers down my spine. Overwhelmed by fear, I sought refuge in the living room couch, where I spent a restless week far removed from the room that had become a conduit for the inexplicable. Driven by curiosity and a need for answers, I embarked on a quest to uncover the history of the house and the individuals who had once called it home. Seeking assistance from the neighboring residents, I discreetly inquired about the previous occupants, omitting any mention of the paranormal occurrences that had plagued me. The neighbors revealed that the previous owner, a kind-hearted woman, had lived in the house until she reached the age of 83. It was a place where she had raised her family, and her son had continued to visit and care for her until her passing. The revelation deepened my connection to the house, knowing that it had been a haven of love and familial bonds for the woman who had come before me. However, no mention was made of her late husband, Michael, leaving me to wonder about his fate and the role within the haunting tales. Driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, I conducted a thorough investigation into the house's history, delving into property records and probate records. These searches unearthed the deed's history, shedding light on the previous owners and their lives within these walls. The house had been in possession of a couple named Michael and Evelyn. Although the documents did not disclose when Michael had passed away, the neighbor's silence on the matter seemed to imply that he had departed the world way before Evelyn. Their love story intertwined with the house, leaving behind an indelible imprint on the space I now occupied. Months passed, and the house remained steeped in its enigmatic ambiance. Yet, after the incident involving the desperate plea for help, the occurrences gradually ceased, as if the ethereal presence had found solace and resolution. One night, as the door creaked open once more, and the footsteps retraced their well-worn path to the foot of my bed, I mustered the courage to address the invisible inhabitant. With a calm voice, I spoke directly into the darkness, whispering, "Evelyn, Michael has been waiting for you. He loves and misses you. I believe it is time for you to go and be reunited with him." There was no grand revelation, no overwhelming surge of energy, just a sense of closure in my words. From that moment onward, the inexplicable happenings that had defied my time in the house gradually dwindled until they ceased altogether. For the remaining 3 years that I lived in that beloved bungalow, tranquility reigned supreme. The house became a sanctuary, devoid of the mysterious occurrences that had once captivated and unnerved me. It seemed that my encounter with the ethereal had reached its conclusion, leaving behind an unexplainable but cherished chapter in my life. The house retained its warmth and charm, becoming a home filled with cherished memories and a sense of wonderment for the unexplained. As I bid farewell to the house that had housed both the living and the ethereal, I carried with me a newfound appreciation for the intangible mysteries that can quietly coexist within the boundaries of our everyday lives. Story number 3. Hard to explain. Have I spoken to a ghost? I used to work as an ambulance dispatcher, and let me tell you, it was a job that exposed me to some truly grim situations. Every day I found myself dealing with emergency calls, coordinating with medical teams, and trying to save lives over the phone. Most of the time I didn't have direct contact with the patients, except for a few gathering crucial information like their location or ensuring that the ambulance crew could reach them. But there was one particular night that still haunts me to this day. It started like any other shift, with the usual flurry of incoming calls and urgent requests for assistance. However, there was this one call that stood out from the rest. An elderly woman had fallen and was now lying on the floor, thankfully uninjured. We dispatched an ambulance to her location, expecting them to arrive promptly and provide the necessary help. Little did we know that this seemingly straightforward situation would take an unexpected turn. As the hours ticked by, I became increasingly concerned. It was taking on an unusually long time for the ambulance crew to reach the elderly woman. Worried for her well-being, I decided to call her directly. The phone rang, and to my surprise, she answered. Despite the ordeal that she had been through, she sounded remarkably alert and composed. She assured me that she was doing fine and apologized for the inconvenience that she had caused. She didn't want to make a fuss, bless her kind heart. Relieved to have finally made contact, I requested the code for the key safe at her front door, where she had been patiently waiting. Once I had the code, I quickly relayed it to the crew through the radio. I hoped that they would now be able to swiftly gain access and provide the assistance that she desperately needed. However, what happened next sent shivers down my spine. Within minutes, the crew radioed back to inform me that something was terribly wrong. The moment they entered the house, they discovered the elderly woman lifeless, her body as cold as ice. It was as if she had been dead for quite some time. The news shook me to my core, and I couldn't help but question the sequence of events that had unfolded. Initially, I tried to rationalize the situation in my mind. Perhaps an elderly woman lying on the floor would naturally feel cold, even if she were still alive. Maybe she had passed away in the short span of time between our conversation and the crew's arrival. But the thought lingered, gnawing at me, refusing to be dismissed. Compelled by a nagging sense of responsibility, I relayed the eerie details to the crew, hoping they would take immediate action. In my heart, I believed that if the woman had only recently passed, performing CPR could potentially bring her back to life. After all, every second counted in life or death situations. However, the licensed healthcare professionals on the scene made a different judgment call. They decided against CPR but did connect the electrocardiogram, the ECG electrocardiogram, to confirm their suspicions. To my astonishment, the ECG yielded no trace of any activity. It was as if the woman's heart had stopped long before we even spoke on the phone. I went through with my due diligence, meticulously verifying every piece of information, address, job details, the patient's name, and everything matched up perfectly. It was undeniably the right place, the right person, and the right phone number. Feeling a deep sense of unease, I dialed the very number I had spoken to the elderly woman to earlier. To my dismay, the crew at the scene confirmed that it was indeed her phone, which now belonged to a deceased woman. The realization hit me like a tidal wave. There was nothing it. This incident has always haunted me, lingering in the depths of my mind. Even though I had never had the chance to speak directly to that elderly woman from beyond the veil, I heard her last words, her voice resonating in my memory. I couldn't help but wonder if things would have turned out differently had we arrived at her doorstep earlier, despite the clinician's assessment over the phone that she seemed perfectly fine. The weight of that unanswered question continues to bear down on me. It's a reminder of the unpredictable nature of life, the fragility of our own existence. In this profession, we strive to save lives, but sometimes, despite our best efforts, we are left grappling with the haunting echoes of what might have been. Story number 4. Small occurrences in my apartment. Let me tell you the intriguing story of my experience in this apartment. It all began back in December of 2019 when I moved in with my longtime friend as my roommate. We were excited about this new chapter in our lives, and upon moving in, we quickly decided that he would take the master bedroom while I settled in the other bedroom. Little did we know that peculiar occurrence would soon capture our attention. My roommate confided in me about 2 incidents that left him puzzled and unnerved. The first incident took place in his closet, where he distinctly heard a noise resembling something falling. Upon investigating, we discovered that it was his clothes hangers, the ones that he had carefully placed his clothes on. We were both perplexed as we couldn't fathom how the hangers could have knocked off inside a closed closet. especially with no one inside and no mischievous cats roaming about. The second incident occurred a few days later when a bag of cat food, which had been leaning against the wall for nearly 3 days, suddenly toppled over while my roommate was present with his girlfriend. I immediately questioned if there were any open windows or fans that could have caused the disturbance, leading to the bag falling. However, my roommate assured me that there was no external factors that could have caused the bag to lose its balance. It seemed as though these events defied any rational explanation. Fast forward about 2 weeks, and my former roommate decided to move out in November of 2022. Now it's just my girlfriend and me in the apartment, accompanied by our 2 beloved cats. Since the departure of my roommate, we decided to move into his old room, which boasted a larger size and a private bathroom. Little did we know that this decision would bring forth a series of chilling encounters. One evening, as I was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, my girlfriend found solace on the bed, engrossed in a television show. The blankets were haphazardly scattered on the floor by the foot of the bed, leaving her as the sole occupant in the middle. Adjacent to her, on their left side, rested the PlayStation controller, seemingly innocuous. The strange turn of events came when she informed me the next day that she had witnessed the controller slide off the bed and crash into the floor. She described the incident with a tinge of fear, as if it defied the laws of nature. It dawned on me that she had experienced something potentially paranormal. To fully comprehend the peculiarity of this incident, I must elaborate on the layout of our bed. We own a queen-sized bed, which over time has developed a slight dip in the center where we both lay together. With the controller's position on the bed nestled near to the left side, it should have naturally gravitated toward the center due to the dip. However, against all expectations, it defied gravity and slid off the bed, effortlessly crossing the dip in the mattress. The inexplicable nature of this event sent shivers down our spines. Curiously, my girlfriend had chosen not to disclose the incident immediately, opting to keep it to herself until the following day. She confessed that she felt uneasy discussing it within the confines of our apartment. Strangely enough, I had noticed her acting differently after that incident, refraining from eating her food. This detail only became clear once she finally shared her harrowing encounter. It was evident that her experience had profoundly affected her. What perplexed us even more was the fact that neither my former roommate nor I had ever disclosed our experiences to her. Therefore, she couldn't have conjured up such a tale merely to grab our attention. It seemed that everyone who had spent time in that room had encountered something similar except for me. This realization added an eerie layer to the already mystifying circumstances. As we reflect on these unexplained occurrences, we are left with a profound sense of curiosity and apprehension. The strange incidents that unfolded in our apartment continue to linger in our minds, challenging our understanding of the world around us. We remain uncertain about the cause of these phenomenon, and the unanswered questions keep us on edge. Story number 5. What was this? About 12 years ago, amidst the tranquility of the late night, my dear friend and I embarked on a leisurely stroll through the familiar streets of our neighborhood. The clock struck a remarkably unusual hour, hovering between the depths of 2 and 3 in the morning. The area itself, a product of the bustling developments that emerged in the resplendent 1980s, was our cherished house. It had welcomed both our families with open arms during the late 90s, and until this enigmatic encounter transpired, not a single peculiarity had dared to taint its ordinary facade. During that night, when we were brimming with youthful exuberance at the tender age of 15 or 16, engrossed in deep conversation while savoring the nocturnal ambiance, an extraordinary occurrence disrupted our otherwise uneventful journey. As we rounded a corner and set foot onto a seemingly unremarkable street, the two of us came to a sudden and abrupt halt, our eyes ensnared by an inexplicable sight that materialized beneath the flickering glow of a lone streetlight. There, bathed in an ethereal halo, stood 2 enigmatic figures, shrouded in an obsidian veil that transcended the realm of mere shadows. Their forms, unequivocally corporeal, lacked discernible features or defining characteristics, rendering them an enigma that defied comprehension. Standing side by side, their bodies positioned to face our bewildered countenances, their heads turned inwards, engrossed in an unfathomable dialogue that resonated with an unfathomable silence. An eerie stillness permeated the air, enveloping us in a stifling atmosphere that stifled even the faintest whisper. Time seemed to relinquish its grasp, elongating those precious moments of disbelief as my friend and I stood rooted to the spot, our gazes locked on the otherworldly pair. Although mere seconds might have transpired in the realm of our perception, it appeared as though the minutes themselves had stretched into an eternity. Then, as if scripted by some surreal performance, the dual entities pivoted their heads in perfect unison, their inscrutable conversations momentarily abandoned. In an uncanny display of coordinated motion, they embarked upon an ethereal advance, gliding effortlessly over the ground toward our quivering forms. Their movement defied the conventional gait of walking, and instead it bore semblance to an otherworldly glide, accentuating their mystique and intensifying the shroud of ambiguity that enveloped them. Fear gripped our hearts with an iron grasp, propelling us into an instinctive flight. Our legs sprung into action, fueled by an adrenaline-fueled surge as we sprinted back toward the sanctity of our humble house. Our lungs strained with each breath, our strides quickened by the unparalleled urgency as we sought refuge from the disconcerting anomaly that had infiltrated our serene existence. The relentless pounding of our feet against the pavement reverberated in the stillness, an echo of our mounting terror. Finally, as we managed to put a considerable distance between ourselves and the enigmatic duo, we reached the sanctuary of my home, our hearts pounding within our chests, desperate to unravel the perplexing riddle that had manifested before our very eyes. I turned to my companion, eager to share in the reassurance that we had witnessed the same inexplicable spectacle. With bated breath, he recounted the same harrowing encounter, mirroring every detail that had etched itself into my memory. The confirmation left us both stupefied, grappling with the bewildering reality of what we had just experienced. How could two individuals witness such an unfathomable event, an event that defied all logical explanation? In the aftermath of that surreal encounter, life resumed its mundane rhythm, as if our brush with the extraordinary had been naught but a feeling aberration in the tapestry of our existence. Time passed, and the grip of that enigmatic encounter began to loosen, relinquishing its hold on our consciousness. Never again did we encounter a phenomenon so inexplicable, leaving us to ponder the nature of the enigmatic figures that had momentarily intruded upon our lives. Their presence remained an unsolved enigma, a haunting question mark that perpetually lingered within the recesses of our minds, begging for an answer that eluded us. Today, as I reminisce upon that fateful night, the passage of time serving only to deepen the mystery that enshrouds our encounter, a relentless curiosity surges within me, a yearning to unearth the truth propels me forward, driven by an insatiable thirst for answers. I embark upon a quest, delving into the realms of folklore, mythology, and the occult, seeking fragments of knowledge that may shed light upon the inexplicable. Desperately, I sift through dusty tombs and traverse winding paths of arcane wisdom in search of a semblance of understanding that may quell the restless curiosity that still dwells within. But alas, the enigma remains elusive, defying the grasp of human comprehension. The riddle persists, suspended in the realm of the unexplained, and so my journey continues, fueled by an unwavering determination to decipher the truth, to unravel the enigma that forever haunts my memory. For beneath the veneer of the mundane lies a world of endless wonders, where mysteries abound and truth lay concealed, awaiting discovery by those intrepid enough to delve into the depths of the unknown. And I, in my unwavering pursuit of answers, shall remain resolute, my heart aflame with an insatiable curiosity that refuses to be extinguished. Story number 6. A memory I can't shake. All right, let me share this story from my perspective, providing detailed insights and expanding on various aspects. It was a remarkable summer, the one before my freshman year of high school when I was around 14. This particular incident revolved around my best friend at the time and me, as we had exciting plans to attend a concert together. However, fate had dealt her a devastating blow just 2 days prior to the show, with the unexpected passing of her beloved grandmother. Despite the heartache, my friend decided to join me for the concert, which turned out to be a memorable experience. As the event approached, our anticipation grew. We spent the entire afternoon preparing ourselves, immersing in the band's music, and even indulging in some nostalgic activities like creating musical LYS. Looking back, it's funny to think how outdated that platform seems now, making me feel a tad old. Nevertheless, those moments were filled with laughter, excitement, and the innocence of teenage companionship. As the time to leave drew near, we settled in my living room, waiting for my dad to take us to the concert venue. Little did we know that a peculiar incident awaited us. Suddenly, without warning, the power in the living room went out. It struck us as odd since our house followed a ranch-style layout, with the kitchen directly attached to the living room. Strangely enough, the power supply in the kitchen remained unaffected, casting an eerie glow into the dimly lit living room. Being curious and carefree, the sudden blackout elicited both giggles and a hint of genuine fear. In an attempt to lighten the mood, my friend jokingly remarked, "Thanks, Grandma," referring to her deceased grandmother. We laughed and playfully bantered about the possibility of supernatural influences, all the while eagerly awaiting my dad's arrival from outside. Then, unexpectedly, my friend's expression turned serious, as if struck by a profound thought. In a half-joking, half-serious tone, she addressed the darkness surrounding us, saying, "Blink if you're my grandmother." It was at this precise moment when a chilling sensation crept into the depths of my chest, sending shivers down my spine. Every light source in the room, every lamp, every bulb, blinked on simultaneously, staying illuminated for a fleeting moment before plunging us back into darkness. The suddenness of the event, coupled with the timing of her remark, sent a surge of unease through our young souls. At first, we attempted to rationalize the eerie occurrence, convincing ourselves that it was merely a coincidence. The two of us nervously laughed off the inexplicable incident, hoping to find solace in the realm of normalcy. Trying to test the boundaries of this unusual phenomenon, I playfully urged, "Blink twice if it's really you." As if responding to my request, every light source in the room remained dormant, except for the lamp closest to us, which flickered on and off twice, a chilling response to our innocent yet audacious inquiry. In that moment, a potent mixture of awe, fear, and curiosity consumed us. We couldn't help but contemplate the inexplicable forces at play. Was it truly the spirit of my friend's grandmother manifesting itself within the confines of our living room? Or were there logical explanations obscured by the veil of mystery? These questions danced through our minds, intertwining with the bittersweet memories of our departed loved ones. Although that incident left an indelible mark on our young minds, it also served as a reminder of the profound, unfathomable nature of life and the mysterious forces that may exist beyond our understanding. As we embarked on our journey to the concert, the flickering lights acted as a reminder of the interconnectedness between the living and the departed, as if bridging the gap between the realms of the known and unknown. That night, as we immersed ourselves in the vibrant energy of the concert, the specter of our encounter lingered in our thoughts. Amidst the pulsating rhythms, electrifying melodies, and the euphoric cheers of the crowd, we couldn't help but steal glances at each other, sharing silent acknowledgments of the inexplicable events that we had experienced. Looking back on that fateful summer, I realized that it was not just a concert that we attended together. It was a journey of self-discovery, a glimpse into the enigmatic tapestry of life's mysteries. The memory of that night remains etched in my mind, serving as a testament to the unfathomable and extraordinary moments that can shape our lives and leave us forever changed. Story number 7. Strange Noise. Amidst the ongoing perplexities that have invaded my life, I found myself grappling with a myriad of challenges. As an owl, my nocturnal tendencies persistently keep me awake until the wee hours of night, diligently immersed in my arduous studies. However, in recent times, a disconcerting occurrence has disrupted the tranquility of my evenings, leaving me puzzled and slightly unnerved. At unpredictable intervals, I've become privy to a faint yet persistent sound, reminiscent of a stone churner grinding or an iron ball rolling. Its origin eludes me, as it seemingly materializes out of thin air, enveloping my surroundings with an eerie ambiance. Curiosity and a tinge of trepidation often propels me to investigate the source, for I am compelled to unravel the enigma that engulfs my abode. Adding to this enigmatic nature of these nocturnal disturbances, I occasionally hear faint calls from my beloved grandfather or my caring mother, beckoning me from their respective chambers. Alas, when I dutifully respond to their summons, eagerly entering their rooms, I'm greeted by naught but a serene visage of their slumber. The mysterious echoes of their voices dissipate into the ethereal realm, leaving me with a sense of bewilderment and a longing for answers. But the perplexities did not cease there. Oftentimes, I'm startled by the sound of disembodied footsteps echoing through the hallways of our house, resonating with an otherworldly quality that sends shivers down my feathery spine. The very notion of spectral entities traversing the same spaces I inhabit is enough to send a chill down my feathers. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, I decided to consult my wise father regarding these nocturnal disturbances. To my surprise, he confessed that he too had occasionally borne witness to the peculiar sounds that had been plaguing my nights. His admission only served to intensify my longing for clarity, for even he, the pillar of strength and rationality in our family, had succumbed to this auditory enigma. Then it was undeniably a matter worthy of serious consideration. Seeking solace and guidance, I approached my aunt, whose wisdom and life experiences have always offered a comforting embrace. Much to my astonishment, she revealed that she had encountered similar happenings during our own nocturnal sojourns. It was as if a veil of mystery had been lifted, connecting the disparate threads of our family's experiences, stretching across time and generations. While the revelation didn't immediately bring forth an answer to the riddle that had consumed my nights, it did offer a glimmer of hope and a shared camaraderie in our collective search for understanding. We delved into family archives, unearthing fragments of tales from yesteryears that hinted at an ancestral connection to the supernatural. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, as we meticulously combed through dusty tomes and faded photographs, piecing together the fragments of our family's haunted past. We discovered that our ancestral home stood atop a land that held ancient secrets, tales whispered among the villagers of apparitions and ethereal beings that roamed the very grounds we treaded upon. As we delved deeper into the annals of our lineage, a sense of both fear and fascination began to intertwine within our hearts. We unearthed stories of long-lost spirits, seeking solace and resolution, their ethereal footsteps and phantom calls serving as a testament to their lingering presence in our lives. The nocturnal disturbances that had once haunted me now revealed themselves as the cries of restless souls, yearning to be heard and acknowledged. Armed with this newfound knowledge, my family embarked on a journey of reconciliation and compassion. We sought the guidance of spiritual leaders, engaging in ancient rituals to appease the wandering spirits that had inadvertently become intertwined with our lives. Through prayer, meditation, and acts of kindness, we hope to bridge the gap between the realms of the living and the departed, offering solace to the ethereal visitors that haunted our nights. The path we embarked upon was not without challenges and setbacks. Our resolve was tested, and doubts crept into our hearts, threatening to overshadow the flickering flames of hope. Yet we persevered, bolstered by our shared determination and the unwavering belief that compassion and understanding could transcend the boundaries of the seen and the unseen. Months turned into years, and gradually the nocturnal disturbances that had plagued our lives began to subside. The stone churner's grind and the rolling iron ball receded into distant memories, no longer punctuating the silence of our nights. The phantom calls of loved ones became faint echoes, replaced by serenity and undisturbed slumber. Though the mysterious occurrences may forever remain a part of our family's lore, they've taught us the power of empathy, compassion, and the unyielding spirit of familial unity. Our journey through the realms of the supernatural has forged an unbreakable bond, reminding us that even in the face of the unknown, love and understanding can transcend the boundaries of the mortal realm. As I reflect upon the tumultuous odyssey that unfolded within the confines of our ancestral home, I am reminded that life's most profound mysteries often reside in the shadows, awaiting our courage to explore and illuminate them. And while the nocturnal disturbances may have dissipated, their legacy lives on within our hearts, forever guiding us towards a deeper understanding of the unseen forces that shape our lives. Story number 8. My recent experience with a demon and a ghost. This morning, as the dark enveloped the world outside, I slowly emerged from the depths of slumber, my eyelids heavy with the weight of sleep. Groggily, I peered into the mirror, only to be greeted by a bewildering sight. A peculiar, translucent shadow lingered before me, a ghostly figure with an ethereal presence. Despite my half-awake state, a shiver ran down my spine, causing me to instinctively reach for my phone and activate the flashlight function. As the beam of light pierced through the dimness, the mysterious specter swiftly dissipated, fading away into the unknown after a mere 10 seconds. Yet, in that fleeting moment, I managed to capture a glimpse of its spectral form, etching the image into the recesses of my mind, although muddled by my drowsy haze. Feeling a mix of curiosity and trepidation, I allowed my wary body to succumb to the allure of sleep once more, hoping that the bizarre encounter would fade into the realms of forgotten dreams. Yet, to my astonishment, my respite was abruptly interrupted by a haunting sound, a child's voice echoing through the stillness. Distinct words eluded my memory, lost in the veil of drowsiness that draped over my mind. But the tone was unmistakable, a mixture of desperate pleas, anguished screams, and inconsolable sobbing. The sheer terror that gripped my heart tightened its hold as the chilling sound reverberated within the confines of my room, unsettling me to my core. Once more, I sought solace in the realm of slumber, praying for respite from the uncanny occurrences that plagued my waking hours. However, as the night waned and the dawn approached, I found myself jolted awake yet again, only to find my body imprisoned in immobility. Panic surged through my veins as I realized I had succumbed to sleep paralysis, a horrifying phenomenon that rendered me defenseless against the unseen forces that now tormented me. Within the dimly lit room, a colossal black shadow loomed, casting a sinister presence upon my trembling form. Its elongated arms stretched out impossibly, its frame slender yet towering in height, and where a face should have been, there was nothing but an abyss of darkness. Hovering menacingly in the corner of my bed, it fixed its intangible gaze upon me, its intentions veiled in a shroud of malevolence. Though my body remained unyielding, my mind cried out in desperation, tears streaming down my face, mingling with palpable fear that consumed my every fiber. Uncertainty plagued my thoughts. Was I wailing aloud, or was it merely the agonizing weeping of my innermost self, drowned by the suffocating weight of this sinister encounter? Trembling and overwhelmed, I clutched onto the sliver of hope. Seeking refuge in the only solace I could fathom, I closed my eyes, summoning the strength to pray. With every ounce of conviction, I beseeched a higher power, calling upon God's protection in my moment of vulnerability. Time seemed to elongate as I pleaded for deliverance, and as the seconds ticked by, a faint glimmer of respite crept into my consciousness. And then, as if by divine intervention, the oppressive hold that bound me began to loosen, gradually relinquishing its grip on my body and mind. Finally, liberated from the clutches of immobilization, I surged upwards, propelled by a newfound surge of strength and determination. Gasping for air, my heart racing like a wild stallion, I surveyed the room, still shrouded in an eerie ambiance, though devoid of the menacing shadow that had taunted me moments before. The weight of the experience settled upon me, leaving me trembling in its aftermath. The gravity of the ordeal was further compounded by a realization that reverberated through my consciousness. I had endured 3 distinct interactions within the confines of this haunted night. To compound my growing unease, I recounted a peculiar phenomenon that had plagued my morning for the past 2 years. Waking up to discover mysterious scratches etched upon my legs and at times my arms. The inexplicable nature of these markings, combined with the chilling encounters I had just witnessed, left me questioning the boundaries of reality and the unsettling possibilities that lay beyond the realm of human comprehension. As the sun timidly began to bathe the world in its golden hues, dispelling the remnants of darkness, I found myself caught between the realms of skepticism and belief, grappling with the enigmatic events that had unfolded before my very eyes. Though the sun has risen, its warmth failed to penetrate the lingering chill in my bones, as I pondered the veracity of the supernatural forces that had invaded my sleep and stalked my waking hours. Uncertainty and a sense of foreboding now cloud my every thought, for I am but a hapless witness to the inexplicable. The specter in the mirror, the tormented cries of an unseen child, and the looming shadow that tormented me in the confines of my bed, all serve as a haunting reminder that the veil between our reality and the ethereal realm is thinner than we dare to imagine. Story number 9. I think I'm going insane. Back in the 1980s, I embarked on a memorable hiking trip along the Appalachian Trail. Being from Virginia, I felt a deep connection to the natural beauty that surrounded me. It was a sunny day, and as I continued my trek, I came across a peculiar sight. There, amidst the wilderness, sat a rough-looking man, dressed as if he belonged to the late 19th or early 20th century, strumming a banjo with delicate notes that resonated through the air. Intrigued by the scene, I approached the man cautiously. He extended a friendly invitation for me to rest at his fire, and feeling a mixture of curiosity and wariness, I accepted. Taking a seat beside him, I couldn't help but notice that he never once glanced in my direction. Instead, he broke the silence with the enigmatic statement, "You don't belong here." Confusion clouded my mind as I responded, "What do you mean?" Sensing my bewilderment, he continued without shifting his gaze. "They've been watching you from the trees for a long time. You need to be careful where you wander." Unease settled in my bones as I scanned the surrounding trees, but I saw nothing out of the ordinary. Still, his words lingered in my mind. Unable to shake off the eerie encounter, I decided to bid him farewell and resumed my hike. Nightfall arrived, and I set up my tent, seeking solace within the confines of my bivy sack. The day's exertions and a few drinks consumed before bed had left me wary. However, as I lay there, whispers seemed to dance in the darkness, invading my thoughts. At first, I dismissed them as figments of my imagination, perhaps a side effect of fatigue and libations. Yet the whispers persisted, growing louder and more distinct. After enduring a few minutes of torment, I mustered the courage to emerge from my sack, although I remained safely ensconced within my tent. Straining my ears, I picked up the unnerving sound of something drawing closer to my campsite. Fear gripped me tightly and my heart raced in my chest. Determined to defend myself, I reached for my trusty knife, my only immediate means of protection since my shotgun lay outside, leaning against a nearby tree no less. With the knife in hand, I cautiously stepped out of my tent, intently listening to the rustling of leaves and the ominous footfalls approaching. Panic surged through me when a bone-chilling screech pierced through the air, further confirming the presence of danger. Without delay, I made a split-second decision. Grasping my shotgun, I slung it over my shoulder and swiftly sought refuge in the sturdy branches of a nearby tree. Trembling with a mixture of fear and adrenaline, I perched myself in the tree, tightly clutching my weapon. In that unsettling moment, I strained my eyes to make sense of the shadows lurking among the trees. Suddenly, I beheld a sight that defied all reason. My heart nearly stopped as I struggled to comprehend what I was witnessing. Towering before me, bathed in an otherworldly white glow, stood a creature so monstrously intimidating that it seemed plucked from the depths of a nightmare. It was an entity unknown to me, a horrifying presence that sent shivers cascading down my spine. Summoning whatever courage remained within me, I shouted into the darkness, my voice quivering with a mix of desperation and determination. "Oi, whatever the hell you are out there, back away and leave, or I swear I'll shoot." Silence greeted my plea, but then an unthinkable sound shattered the stillness of the night. The creature, unfathomably, let out a bone-chilling laugh that echoed through the forest. The sheer terror that gripped my soul at that moment was indescribable. My mind raced, urging me to take immediate action. Without a second thought, I hastily abandoned the relative safety of the tree branches, hastily grabbing my backpack and my trusted bottle of Jack Daniels. Fear propelled me into a frenzied sprint, my legs carrying me as fast as they could, away from that nightmare come to life. The only thought that consumed me was escape. Looking back, I can't say with certainty that I have no intention of returning to those woods without a rifle firmly by my side. The events that unfolded on that fateful night forever etched themselves into the fabric of my being, a constant reminder that there are realms within this world that defy explanation and should be approached with the utmost caution. The mysteries that dwell within the wilderness continue to haunt my dreams, serving as a chilling reminder of the unseen dangers that exist just beyond the veil of our understanding. Story number 10. Ghost told me to stay quiet. I have been immersed in a world of paranormal investigation for over a year now, and I must say, it has been an exhilarating journey. Throughout my time as a paranormal investigator, I've been fortunate enough to encounter numerous hair-raising experiences that have left both my team and me in utter disbelief. Our latest adventure took us to the heart of Athens, where we explored the eerie confines of an abandoned Greek hospital. Little did we know that this investigation would push the boundaries of our courage and test our beliefs in the supernatural. As we arrived at the location, a sense of foreboding lingered in the air. The dilapidated hospital loomed before us, its weathered facade whispering tales of countless lives lost within its walls. Determined to capture subsequent evidence, we decided to split up and conduct our investigations individually. Fate, or perhaps misfortune, had chosen me to venture into the basement alone, while my fellow investigators wielded the spirit box and thermal cameras. Armed with a voice recorder and an EMF, I descended into the abyss beneath the hospital. Initially, the atmosphere seemed relatively calm with no significant spikes in the EMF reading or disembodied voices echoing through the corridors. However, as the minutes ticked by, I couldn't resist the urge to provoke whatever entities might be lurking in the shadows. It was a risky move, one I knew I shouldn't have made, but the tantalizing possibility of capturing something extraordinary compelled me to take the chance. My tongue lashed out, uttering words that were both audacious and disrespectful, all while the voice recorder faithfully documented my audacious behavior. The tension in the air became palpable, as if unseen eyes were watching my every move. Suddenly, without warning, the EMF detector surged to its maximum limit, sending shivers down my spine. The erratic spike lasted only momentarily before subsiding, leaving behind an unsettling stillness. Feeling an unnerving presence close at hand, I hastily decided it was my time to retreat from the basement. Exhausted and mentally drained, I trudged home, the clock striking 4:40 a.m. Determined to unravel the mysteries that awaited us, I immediately embarked on the arduous task of reviewing the footage that we had captured, starting with the video recordings. I meticulously combed through every frame, searching for any trace of the supernatural. To my astonishment, the video footage revealed eerie occurrences that occurred while we were investigating as a team. The EMF spikes visible on the screen coincided with the moments that we were experiencing inexplicable phenomenon and hearing strange noises emanating from the spirit box itself. Furthermore, one of the thermal cameras had captured a peculiar figure, an apparition seemingly trapped between our world and the realm of spirits. The evidence was mounting, cementing our conviction that we had indeed ventured into a place teeming with paranormal energy. While the video footage provided undeniable proof of the supernatural, it was the audio recording of our EVP that truly sent chills down my spine. In my initial assessment, I had dismissed it as uneventful, but I was about to be proven wrong. Eager to delve deeper into this auditory realm, I slipped on my headphones and I pressed play. The first 18 minutes dragged on monotonously, devoid of any notable activity. However, as the recording approached the 22nd minute, my heart skipped a beat. A voice, quiet yet tinged with an indescribable terror, pierced through the silence, commanding me, "Don't speak, stay quiet." At that precise moment, the EMF detector once again exhibited a surge of red, as if echoing the urgency of the voice's command. Was this a mere coincidence, or was it a sinister message from the ethereal entities that inhabited the basement? Compounding my growing sense of unease with the pounding headache that had plagued me throughout my time in the basement, was a mere coincidence, or were the spirits playing tricks on me, using my physical discomfort as a means of communication? The question swirled in my mind, blending the boundaries between the rational and the supernatural, leaving me grasping for answers. In the end, this haunting investigation left me with more questions than answers. The inexplicable events we witnessed, the eerie voices that permeated the air, and the relentless headaches I endured all merged into a tapestry of the paranormal, defying conventional logic. As a paranormal investigator, I've come to accept that there are forces at play in this world that surpass our comprehension. The abandoned Greek hospital had revealed its secrets, but its mysteries remained ever elusive, shrouded in darkness, beckoning the curious and brave to explore further into the realms of the unknown. Story number 11. I work third shift at a nursing home. Working the graveyard shift at a nursing facility has provided me with a unique perspective on life and death. It's like a residential home for individuals in their final stages of their journey, those who are transitioning or receiving hospice care. Despite the residents being so close to the end, There's an inexplicable sense of vitality that permeates the facility. It's an atmosphere that teems with a mysterious energy, leaving an indelible impression on all those who walk its halls. From the very beginning of my time here, I experienced strange occurrences that surpassed any rumors I had heard. On my very first night, while engaged in conversation with a coworker, I caught sight of a shadowy woman's silhouette pass behind. The figure vanished into the closed bathroom door situated adjacent to the main exit. It's worth mentioning that this door was equipped with an alarm, requiring a code for entry. It was a formidable barrier, reminiscent of the imposing automatic doors one might encounter in a hospital. In the dead of the night, around 2 a.m., the door alarm was unexpectedly triggered. Naturally, alarmed by the possibility of a wandering resident, we hurriedly rushed to the nurse's station to reset the alarm and guide them safely back to their beds. Yet, when we arrived, the door stood wide open and the alarm ceased its clamor as we approached. Puzzled, we conducted a thorough head count, ensuring that every single resident on the floor was asleep and accounted for. Eventually, we managed to find humor in the situation, but the following morning, during the shift change, the first shift staff imparted a chilling warning about the presence of uninvited guests that frequented the premises. Since that fateful night, I've encountered a plethora of inexplicable phenomenon within that nursing facility. 2 recurring apparitions known as the Man in Black and the Woman in White have become almost commonplace sightings. Additionally, there are rumors of the Kids in the Courtyard, a group of spectral children who make their presence known. According to local lore, the Man in Black is a benign entity that often materializes when individuals are on the precipice of passing away. It's believed that he serves as a guide, leading them toward the realm beyond and taking away those deemed as good. On the other hand, the Woman in White is said to be of sinister origins. Residents nearing the end of their lives report glimpses of her haunting figure in their rooms in the days leading up to their demise. Witnesses describe an intense sensation of burning or being set ablaze in her presence, leading to an unsettling speculation that this Woman in White ushers them towards a malevolent afterlife. Very recently, one of her hospice patients succumbed to their condition. In the moments just before their passing, one of the nurses recounted feeling an ominous presence behind her, a towering, dark, shadowy figure that seemed to encroach upon her personal space. When she turned her head to confront the intruder, there was nothing to be found. We can only hope that this patient found solace in the company of the Man in Black, guiding them toward a realm of peace and serenity. These eerie incidents are just the tip of the iceberg. Countless stories continue to haunt my thoughts, compelling me to share them in the hopes of gaining insight into the nature of these inexplicable phenomena. By unburdening my mind and seeking external perspectives, perhaps I can finally make sense of these perplexing activities that unfold within the confines of this nursing facility. Comforting dream from deceased grandpa. Ever since the year 2019, when the heartbreaking news of my dear grandpa's passing reached my ears, my nights have been filled with an enchanting tapestry of dreams. In these nightly reveries, I find solace and comfort, for I am able to see and embrace my beloved grandfather once again. It's become a regular occurrence, a precious ritual that unfolds at least 3 times a week. Yes, one might argue that with such frequency, this being, measured as being quite substantial, yet I've come to cherish these ethereal encounters as rare gifts from the realm of slumber. Lately, I've been grappling with the heaviness in my heart, weighed down by the burdens and trials that life so often presents. Stress has become an unwelcome companion, doggedly following my every step, casting a shadow upon my weary soul. But today, as I succumbed to the fatigue of the day and surrendered myself to a gentle nap, an extraordinary event unfolded within the realm of my dreams. There he was, my grandfather, appearing before me in all his glory, as if summoned by the depths of my longing. In In that ethereal landscape he stood before me, radiating a warmth and love that transcended the boundaries of time and space. Without hesitation, I embraced him with all the strength that resided within my being. It was a hug that surpassed the limitations of physicality. It was a merging of spirits, a convergence of love. As our embrace persisted, I felt a peculiar sensation, as if I had the power to determine the duration of our reunion, to dictate the length of this ephemeral respite from reality. The comfort of his presence enveloped me, gently eroding the worries that had plagued my waking hours. I looked into his eyes, and to my astonishment, they glistened with a knowing twinkle. It was as if he possessed an understanding of my melancholy, a profound awareness of the weight that burdened my soul. In that sacred moment, the aura surrounding my grandfather emanated an undeniable positivity, a force so strong that it dispelled any remnants of fear or trepidation that might have lingered. He leaned in closer, his voice resonating with the wisdom that transcended the boundaries of earthly existence. With gentle reassurance, he spoke words that seeped into the very fabric of my being. "After 4 years," he said, his voice carrying a faint echo, "all struggles and negative thoughts shall be forgotten." The significance of his words struck me like a bolt of lightning, electrifying my consciousness with newfound hope. 4 years, a seemingly distant future, held the promise of liberation from the burdens I now bore. It was as if my grandfather, in his ethereal wisdom, sought to remind me that time possesses a peculiar ability to heal and mend even the most broken of spirits. As our embrace gradually dissolved, I felt a profound sense of gratitude for the dreams and the gift of the precious opportunity to see my grandfather again, gratitude for the solace and strength that his presence imparts, and gratitude for the enduring love that binds us across the boundaries of existence. Though his physical form may have departed this realm, the essence of his being remains eternally intertwined with mine, offering guidance and comfort in times of need. And so, with a renewed sense of purpose and the knowledge that my grandfather's spirit watches over me, I awaken from my slumber. The weight upon my shoulders feels lighter, and a flicker of optimism begins to illuminate the path ahead. I carry with me the memory of our embrace, the sparkle in his eyes, and the profound message he delivers. It's a message of resilience, of faith in the passage of time, and the enduring power of love. As I navigate the winding road of life, I find solace in the knowledge that one day, just as my grandfather promised, the struggles and negativity throughout all of this existence will fade into oblivion. Until then, I will treasure the dreams that gift me these precious moments with him and hold tightly to the lessons that he imparts. For in the realm of dreams, where the boundaries of possibility blur, I find comfort, strength, and the unwavering presence of a love that transcends the boundaries of time itself. Story number 13. Funeral Workers' Only Paranormal Experience. For 6 long years, I've been immersed in the somber world of the funeral industry. Working within the corporate setting, my role revolves around a local care center that caters to 8 distinctive funeral homes and 2 cremation societies. The sheer volume of bodies passing through our doors is staggering, averaging close to 4,000 a year. While I have dabbled in various aspects of the industry, such as embalming and directing, my primary experience lies in what they refer to as removal tech. Essentially, my duty entails venturing out into hospitals, facilities, and even private residences to retrieve the deceased, bringing them back to the care center for proper handling and storage. During my time in this profession, I've encountered countless stories and witnessed a full spectrum of human emotions surrounding death. Yet, amidst the countless encounters with the departed, there is one particular experience that continues to send shivers down my spine, even as I write this very account. Curiously enough, the incident occurred not once, but twice, leaving an indelible mark on my memory and leaving me pondering the mysteries of the afterlife. It all unfolded roughly a year after I embarked on this melancholic journey. On a typical workday, as I prepared to fulfill my night shift duties, I received a distressing call from a residential home nearby. The deceased was described as a woman in her late 50s, and the director who had initially taken the call had made a point of emphasizing the heightened sensitivity of the family during this difficult time. I promptly arrived at the residence and engaged in a conversation with the grieving daughter and son. It became apparent that the woman had passed away in the back bedroom, tragically succumbing to fate. Adding to the complexity of the situation, her substantial weight, clocking in at around 320 pounds, had resulted in her body inadvertently obstructing the bedroom door. In order to retrieve her, the fire department had been forced to break the door down, unveiling a scene fraught with sorrow and despair. Assessing the logistical challenges posed by the narrow hallways and tight corners that plague our line of work, I regretfully informed the family that maneuvering the gurney into the bedroom was unfeasible. Instead, I proposed setting up the gurney in the living room and respectfully requested that the family step outside, allowing my partner and me to carry out the delicate task of transporting their loved one. Little did I know that this seemingly ordinary day would soon take an eerie turn. As we gently positioned the sheet beneath the lifeless body and carefully brought her into the living room, I established the gurney at the center of the space. Just above us, a chandelier hung, illuminating the room with a warm, comforting glow. With concerted effort, my partner and I lifted the deceased woman and tenderly placed her on the gurney. In that precise instant, a sudden darkness enveloped us as the light bulb above inexplicably flickered and extinguished itself, plunging us into unexpected abyss. In that moment, I found myself devoid of fear or trepidation. There were no ominous or malevolent sensations coursing through my being, rather an unexplainable sense of connection materializing between my partner and me as we exchanged bewildered glances. It was as though the departed woman from the realm beyond had chosen that precise moment to make her presence known, acknowledging her transition into the afterlife as we handled her mortal remains. It was a silent scream, a gentle whisper from the other side, affirming her acceptance of her own mortality. Upon returning to the care center, my partner and I logged the case, still grappling with the enigma that had unfolded before us. Our minds were plagued with questions, and yet we remained without any logical explanation for the inexplicable phenomenon that had occurred in the living room. A month later, while visiting some friends, I recounted the incident in vivid detail. As I regaled them with the story, seated outdoors enjoying a casual evening and partaking in refreshing beverages, I reached the pivotal moment in my narrative, the precise instant when the light had faded. In an impulsive gesture, I snapped my fingers, emphasizing the synchronicity of the light's demise with the placement of the deceased woman on the gurney. To our collective astonishment, as if guided by an unseen force, all the little plastic lawn lights that adorn the surroundings extinguished simultaneously with the snap of my fingers. It was an inexplicable occurrence that defied rational explanation, deepening the mystery of the initial encounter. Since that fateful day, I have shared the story with numerous individuals, hoping to glean insights or perhaps encounter similar paranormal activity. Yet, to my disappointment, no further occurrences have transpired. Was it the lingering spirit of the deceased woman that remained intertwined with my life for that subsequent month? Or could it have been an entirely different entity, seizing a momentary opportunity to interact with our mortal realm? As I reflect upon my extensive experience, spanning the retrieval of thousands of bodies and the countless unsettling situations, this singular encounter remains an anomaly. It serves as a constant reminder of the boundless wonders that lie beyond our realm of understanding, prompting us to contemplate the existence of an ethereal plane intertwined with our own. Truly, the enigmatic nature of such encounters invites us to question the fabric of reality and embrace the unfathomable depths of what lies beyond our mortal existence. In a profession so intrinsically connected to mortality, it is through these inexplicable experiences that we catch a glimpse of the inexplicable, reminding us that there is much more to our world than meets the eye. Story number 1. House in front of a graveyard. Throughout my entire life, my parents and I have resided in a house situated right in front of a graveyard. Although there's a wooded area separating the house from the cemetery, it's not much of a distance. Whenever there were services taking place, we could hear them faintly, especially when we were in the very back of the yard. Growing up, we constantly experienced peculiar occurrences. I vividly remember one incident where I was standing in the kitchen and out of nowhere, the ice in the door dispenser began pouring out, as if someone had activated the lever. Random breakages, unexplained footsteps, and other strange happenings were common, but we had yet to actually witness shadows or apparitions until now. One particular night, as I was home alone, I strolled through the house and sensed a presence other than my own. There was someone else inside. It turned out to be my grandpa, who, due to his old age and declining health, had trouble moving around. He had progressed from Alzheimer's to dementia. Standing in the kitchen with my dad's dog by my side, I gazed down the dark hallway and immediately felt that something was amiss. The atmosphere wasn't giving off a get-out-of-here vibe, so I cautiously proceeded forward. I walked towards my grandpa's room to deliver his medication when suddenly my dog began growling and snapping at the air. Simultaneously, I caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure resembling an arm. Sensing the need to address the situation, I reassured the unseen presence that it was welcome to stay, as long as it showed respect, particularly towards the animals. Fast forward to tonight, as I stood in front of the bathroom sink washing my face. Meanwhile, my grandpa resided in his room, sporadically engaging in random conversations. Suddenly, I heard him sit up and exchange greetings with someone, as the bathroom was adjacent to his room. Intrigued, I raised my head after drying my face, and what I saw left me astounded. There before me was a white figure, taking the shape of a person, and then it vanished into thin air. The workings of the spirit would have always puzzled me. However, I can't help but be curious about how recent these spirits might be, considering that our paranormal activity tends to spike when new occupants move into the area surrounding the graveyard. Story number 2. I have this vivid memory as a kid, and nobody believes me when I tell them about it. Growing up, my life was a whirlwind of uncertainty and instability as I found myself constantly shuffled in and out of foster care. The absence of a stable family had a profound impact on my young mind, leaving me with a sense of longing and a deep yearning for a place to call home. However, when I was around 5 years old, a glimmer of hope appeared in the form of adoption. I vividly recall my first permanent week with my new family, a time that was both exhilarating and nerve-wracking. The transition brought about an overwhelming amount of stress and anxiety, making it difficult for me to find solace even in my own bed. Sleep eluded me, and when it did come, it brought with it a reoccurring nightmare that haunted me relentlessly. One fateful night, I awoke from the clutches of my reoccurring nightmare, tears streaming down my face. Sitting up in bed, I gazed into the dimly lit hallway, my heart pounding in my chest. To my astonishment, I witnessed a peculiar sight. People walking up and down the hallway, their presence both ethereal and mysterious. Amidst the parade of figures, there was one that stood out, a lady who possessed the lower body of a human, but the upper body of a shark. She glided into my room, her eyes meeting mine with a sense of familiarity and compassion. Sitting down beside me on the bed, she gently reassured me that everything would be okay and urged me to go back to sleep. From that moment on, whenever I found myself crying myself to sleep, or awakened by nightmarish visions, the shark lady would be there. She would silently appear in my room, her calming presence enveloping me in a cocoon of security. With her watchful eyes fixed upon me, she would softly utter words of comfort, assuring me that I was not alone and that I would be safe. Curiosity finally got the better of me, and I mustered the courage to confide in my adopted mother about the enigmatic presence that visited me each night. In response, she dismissed it as nothing more than a dream, an illusion of my restless imagination. However, I vividly remember the way the shark lady sat on my bed, her gaze piercing into my soul, her voice resonating deeply within me, leaving an indelible imprint. Oddly enough, despite the skepticism from my mother, the encounters with the shark lady were the only instances during my childhood where I felt truly secure within the confines of our house. While the outside world remained a tumultuous place, filled with uncertainty and constant change, the night spent under the watchful eyes of the shark lady offered me respite, a fleeting sanctuary where I could briefly escape my troubles. To this day, the memory remains etched in my mind with remarkable clarity. The images of the people pacing the hallways, their distinct features and mannerisms have not faded. I can still visualize the tall, lanky man who always seemed to be on the move, as well as the old lady with curly hair who patiently lingered near my doorway, awaiting the departure of the shark lady. The emotions that accompanied these encounters have transcended time as well. I can still feel the tinge of fear mingled with the profound sense of solace wherever the shark lady appeared. Her presence served as a beacon of hope, a reminder that there was someone who cared, someone who believed that I could overcome my deepest fears and find peace within myself. In the quiet moments of reflection, I can almost hear her voice, the soft cadence of her words echoing in the depths of my soul. It's a voice that soothes, a voice that guides me through the trials and tribulations of life. The memory of the shark lady, forever etched in my heart, serves as a constant reminder that even in the face of adversity, there are hidden sources of strength and comfort that can emerge when we need them the most. As I journey through life carrying the scars of my tumultuous past, I find solace in the knowledge that the shark lady, with her enigmatic presence and reassuring words, was not merely a figment of my imagination. She was a guardian, a protector who bestowed upon me a sense of security that shaped the person I am today. And though the years have passed, her memory remains, an enduring symbol of resilience and hope that continues to guide me on my path. Story number 3. Just happened. It was a peculiar night, a night that would forever be etched in my memory. The clock struck 2:26 a.m., the darkness embracing the room as my wife and I lay in bed, engulfed in a state of blissful slumber. Little did we know that this night would bring forth a series of inexplicable events that would leave us perplexed and astounded. Just a few days prior, we had welcomed a new addition to our family, a delightful little kitten we affectionately named Dougie Jones. A clever nod to the renowned television series Twin Peaks. Dougie Jones had become the embodiment of joy in our household. He was a precious creature with vibrant orange fur and a charming white belly. However, due to his mischievous tendencies and penchant for wreaking havoc, we rarely allowed him to share our sleeping quarters. His proclivity for causing destruction and indulging in his wild moments of feline frenzy, often referred to as the zoomies, had led us to enforce strict boundaries when it came to bedrooms, our bedroom sanctuary. However, fate had other plans for us on that eventful night. My wife abruptly awoke from her slumber, her voice filled with bewilderment as she uttered, "Bro, what the fuck?" Startled by her sudden awakening, I turned my gaze towards her, only to be greeted by a perplexing sight. Resting upon her chest, partially concealed beneath the covers, was a kitten. It was as if Dougie Jones himself had defied the laws of reality and materialized right before our eyes. I swiftly directed my attention toward the closed bedroom door, curious as to the source of the faint meowing that reverberated from the other side. As I returned my gaze to my wife, the mysterious feline that had rested on her chest had vanished, leaving no trace of its existence. Perplexed and filled with a sense of trepidation, I reached for a flashlight, determined to uncover the truth hidden within the shadows of our room. I meticulously combed every nook and cranny, my heart pounding with each passing moment. I checked under the bed, examining the side, and meticulously searched every corner of the room. Alas, there was no sign of the enigmatic apparition that had bestowed itself upon us. In the midst of my confusion and disbelief, a sudden realization dawned upon me, a revelation that sent shivers down my spine. The kitten I had witnessed on my wife's chest, albeit fleeting, was not Dougie Jones. It was an ethereal manifestation, an otherworldly specter that had taken on the form of a cat. The vivid image of its pristine white fur, veiled beneath the covers, was etched into my mind. How could such an inexplicable phenomenon occur within the sanctity of our own bed? As my bewilderment grew, so did my resentment towards this audacious entity. The audacity of this spectral interloper to infiltrate the sanctity of our slumbering quarters was simply unfathomable. Anger welled up within me, fueled by the invasion of our personal space. How dare this apparition manifest itself within the confines of my cherished resting place? The weight of the unexplained occurrences bore heavily upon my consciousness, the questions multiplying within my mind. Why had this cat-like entity chosen my wife as its ephemeral resting spot? What purpose did it serve, and what message did it seek to convey? The walls of my rationality began to crumble as I delved deeper into the realms of the unknown, seeking answers to the enigma that had unraveled in our midst. In the days that followed, my wife and I embarked on a quest for understanding. We consulted friends, sought advice from experts in the paranormal, and delved into the annals of folklore and mysticism. Each inquiry, each conversation, only served to deepen the mystery surrounding the spectral feline that had graced our bed that fateful night. Time passed, and the spectral visitation remained an unsolved riddle in the tapestry of our lives. However, amidst the confusion and unanswered questions, one thing became clear. We were forever changed by this inexplicable encounter. The boundaries of our perceptions had been stretched, our minds opened to the vastness of the unknown. It served as a stark reminder that in the realm of existence, there were forces at play that defied conventional understanding. As I recount this tale, the memories resurface with vivid clarity, and the room fills the air with an intrigue and a wonder. The enigmatic visitation of that spectral feline continues to linger in the recesses of my mind, an enduring testament to the mysteries that lie just beyond the veil of our everyday reality. And so I carry this experience with me, forever intrigued by the extraordinary, forever searching for the elusive truths that hide in the shadows of our world. Story number 4. The Light Under the Doorway. One fateful night, within the eerie confines of that same ancient and unsettling house, my slumber was abruptly interrupted by a cacophony of clamor emanating from the floor below. It resembled the boisterous revelry that accompanies a grand soiree, yet I had not been informed of any such festivity taking place. Intrigued and somewhat perplexed, I mustered the courage to extricate myself from the comforting embrace of my bed and embark upon a quest to ascertain the source of this enigmatic commotion. Gingerly, I flicked the switch, flooding my bedroom with a warm glow as the light fixture obediently responded to my touch. Venturing into the dimly lit hallway, I leaned over the wooden banister, my eyes fixed upon the descending staircase that led to the heart of the clamor. Strains of animated conversation floated upward, permeating the air like an orchestral ensemble practicing an intricate symphony. However, the peculiar aspect was that I, the unsuspecting protagonist, had not been privy to this grand performance. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, I decided to eschew the illumination in the hallway, opting instead to navigate the obscurity with caution. My footsteps, hushed and tentative, carried me down the flight of stairs towards the dining room, the source of the radiant glow that emanated from beneath the floor. The flickering light served as a guiding beacon, urging me onward on my quest for answers. With bated breath and a sense of trepidation, I approached the door, anticipation coursing through my veins. Strains of raucous laughter mingled with unintelligible chatter grew louder with each passing step, drowning out the thoughts that raced through my mind. The chorus of voices, overlapping and intertwining, formed an incomprehensible tapestry of sound. As I summoned the courage to turn the doorknob, a surge of adrenaline coursed through my veins and I flung the door open with an audacious flourish. To my astonishment and dismay, darkness greeted my expectant gaze. A vast expanse of pitch-black void stretched before me, devoid of any semblance of life or revelry. Confusion etched itself upon my features as my bewildered mind struggled to reconcile the vivid auditory experience with the stark absence of physical presence. It was as if I had stepped into the realm of the ethereal, where reality and illusion danced an intricate tango. Overwhelmed by the profound sense of disorientation, I pivoted on my heel and retraced my steps, desperate to escape the enigmatic emptiness that had engulfed the room. Hastily, I sought solace within the confines of my parents' chamber, guided by muscle memory and instinct. The door, a portal to familiarity and safety, yielded to my trembling hands, and I stumbled into the familiar embrace of their bed. As I nestled into the familiar contours of their resting place, seeking solace within the soft embrace of the covers, my mind raced with unanswered questions. What phantom gathering had taunted my senses, teasing me with a semblance of mirth and festivity? How had the palpable energy dissipated into the abyss, leaving me bewildered and yearning for an understanding that seemed perpetually out of reach? In the stillness of that moment, I contemplated the enigmatic nature of the house, with its secrets hidden within the walls and its whispers carried on the breeze. Perhaps it was the embodiment of the Cheshire cat from the tales I'd previously encountered, its mischievous grin lurking just beyond the threshold of comprehension. Or perchance, it was the wooden hand, concealed beneath the dresser, beckoning me towards a realm where reality melded with fantasy. Thus, I found myself ensnared in the tapestry of the unexplained, caught between the realm of the seen and unseen, the events that might forever linger in the recesses of my memory, a haunting reminder of the mysterious wonders that inhabit the shadows. And as I sought solace amidst the comforting familiarity of my parents' bed, the enigma of that house continued to unravel, begging me to explore its labyrinth depths and uncover the truth that lay hidden within. The Dresser and the Wooden Hand. When I was around 3 years old, my family and I lived in an old farmhouse from the 80s. It had 2 stories and a rather eerie basement. You might recall my previous story about the Cheshire cat, which I shared about a year ago. During that time, my room was situated upstairs, the second door on the right. Let me describe the layout of my room to you. As soon as you entered, you'd see a dresser straight ahead, with the closet door to its right, blocked by some furniture. My bed was positioned against the wall on the left side of the dresser, and an armoire stood on the right of the bed. Other than these pieces of furniture, my room was devoid of any other items. Interestingly, my middle brother's room was located right next to mine, to the left. One night, it was getting late, and I had fallen asleep on the couch downstairs in the living room, wearing nothing but a t-shirt and underwear. Suddenly, my mom woke me up and instructed me to go to bed. I didn't have any objections to this, as I was feeling tired, so I sluggishly made my way upstairs, passing by the first door on my right, and finally arriving at my bedroom. To my surprise, the door to my room was wide open. As I attempted to step over the threshold and enter my room, I encountered an unexpected obstacle. I couldn't move forward. It felt as if an invisible wall was blocking my path, preventing me from entering. Frustrated and frightened, tears started streaming down my face as I began calling out for my mom. Luckily, she came upstairs in response to my cries. I managed to convey to her that my room wouldn't allow me to enter. She looked at me with a bemused expression and let out a small laugh. Curious, she asked me to explain what I meant. Through my sobbing, I told her about my unsuccessful attempts to enter the room and the invisible barrier that seemed to prevent me from doing so. While I continued bawling, feeling utterly exhausted and confused, I mustered the courage to ask my mom if I could sleep in my brother's room instead. My brother, awakened by my cries, glanced at my mom, then at me, before retreating back into his room and closing the door. Seeking to comfort me, my mom proposed the idea of checking my room for any lurking monsters. I nodded in agreement, surprised by her willingness to venture into the room herself. How could she do that when I couldn't? With a mix of trepidation and hope, I watched as she entered my bedroom. I stood at the doorway, unable to summon the courage to follow. Inside, she opened the armoire and peered inside, then proceeded to inspect the area under my bed. It's worth noting that my room was impeccably tidy, aside from a lone white sock with 2 red stripes lying on the floor in front of my dresser. While my mom was occupied searching under the bed, my attention fixated on the abandoned sock, visible from my vantage point at the threshold. Suddenly, to my shock and horror, a wooden hand emerged from underneath the dresser. It swiftly reached out and snatched the sock, disappearing back into the shadows beneath the furniture. I couldn't contain myself any longer. I screamed at the top of my lungs, my fear overwhelming me to the point of losing control. As my cries intensified, I even found myself involuntarily wetting my underwear. My brother emerged from his room, now exasperated by the commotion, and attempted to quiet me down. Meanwhile, my mom rushed over to kneel in front of me, desperately trying to calm me down as well. She inquired about what I had witnessed. Tearfully, I recounted how a wooden hand, matching the same medium brown color as the dresser, had emerged from beneath it and snatched the sock, right before retreating back into hiding. At that moment, my mom burst into laughter. However, she then turned around on her knees, apparently intending to inspect underneath the dresser herself. A wave of fear washed over me as I envisioned her being grabbed by the mysterious hand. Without thinking, I lunged at her, desperately trying to pull her away from the dresser. Of course, being a child, my efforts were in vain. However, upon seeing the sheer terror in my eyes, my mom finally understood the depth of my fear. In an attempt to reassure me, she decided to prove that there was nothing sinister lurking beneath the dresser. With a determined expression, she pulled the furniture away from the wall, revealing the space beneath it. To my relief, no hand was to be found. Instead, there sat the white sock with 2 red stripes, as if it had been forcefully pulled right up against the wall. Story number 6. Let's clear up the confusion. These 3 things are not the same creature. In the rich tapestry of cultural beliefs and mythologies around the world, there are captivating tales of supernatural creatures and entities that have fascinated generations. One such enchanting folklore exists within the Navajo culture, where the intriguing figure of the skinwalker, known as Yinaldulushi in Navajo, sorry if I can't pronounce that, holds both fascination and fear. As a prominent aspect of Navajo mythology, the skinwalker is believed to be malevolent, which possesses extraordinary abilities. This nefarious being possesses the power to shapeshift, either into an animal or by disguising themselves as one. However, it's important to note that the term skinwalker is never attributed to healers within Navajo society, but instead refers exclusively to those who harbor ill intent. Across vast territories of North America, specifically among the Algonquin tribes dwelling in the northern forests of Nova Scotia, the east coast of Canada, the Great Lakes region, and Wisconsin, another haunting presence looms large: the Wendigo. This mythological creature or evil spirit is deeply entrenched in the folklore of these First Nation communities. Depicted as a monstrous and malevolent spirit, the Wendigo possesses a distinct combination of human and spirit-like characteristics. It is believed to inhabit or possess an unfortunate human being, its dark influence driving them towards committing heinous acts. The allure of insatiable greed, murder, and even cannibalism becomes irresistible under the sway of this menacing entity. The Wendigo's terrifying presence reinforces the cultural taboos and societal prohibitions against such abhorrent behaviors. Among the myriad legends that continue to captivate our imagination, the werewolf emerges from the annals of folklore, leaving an indelible mark on our collective consciousness. Rooted in ancient tales, this creature of myth has been known by many names throughout history, including werewolf in Old English and lycanthrope, derived from the Greek term lycanthropos, meaning wolf person. According to these legends, a werewolf is essentially a human gifted with the extraordinary ability to shapeshift into a wolf. This transformation can occur intentionally or as a result of a curse or affliction, even triggered by a bite or a scratch from another werewolf. In pop culture, werewolves are frequently depicted as therianthropic hybrid creatures with attributes of both human and wolves, particularly in modern films. The concept of lycanthropy, the ability or affliction to transform into a wolf or wolf-like creature, finds its roots in historical accounts. Early sources that attest to believe in the supernatural phenomenon include the works of Petronius, a Roman author who lived from 27 to 66 AD, and Gervase of Tilbury, an English scholar and writer from the 12th and 13th centuries. Across time and continents, these captivating tales have been passed down through generations, captivating listeners and evoking a myriad of emotions. The allure of the skinwalker, the chilling presence of the Wendigo, and the transformative power of the werewolf continue to ignite our imaginations, leaving us pondering the enigmatic forces that dwell beyond the boundaries of our mundane existence. As long as humans are captivated by the mysteries of the supernatural, these stories will endure, fascinating and enthralling all who hear them. Story number 7. My paranormal experience with a doll when I was a child. I was born and raised in a quiet suburb of New Orleans called Chalmette, Louisiana. Our humble abode was a rented townhouse featuring 2 bedrooms at the back and a spacious living area with an attached kitchen up front. In our peculiar sleeping arrangement, my brother occupied one of the bedrooms, while my parents made their bed in the main living space. When I was around 7 or 8 years old, a memorable event unfolded during a camping trip that my father and brother embarked on with the Boy Scouts. With the boys away, my mother and I decided to indulge in a special girls' night, relishing in the freedom to stay up late and engage in various games and activities. Time seemed to fly by, and before I knew it, it was already 1 a.m. Yes, I know, quite late for a child of my age, but my parents were always somewhat lenient. It was as if in the late hour that I ventured into my bedroom, seeking another board game to continue our evening of entertainment, yet the instant I crossed the threshold, an indescribable sense of dread washed over me. The feeling was so intense that even now, as an adult, recalling the moment sends shivers down my spine. Tentatively, I made my way to the dresser where the board games were kept, sharing the space with porcelain dolls lovingly bestowed upon me by my grandmother. One of these dolls, adorned with an elaborate dress and perched upon a little stand, created the illusion of standing upright. As I approached the dresser, my unease grew, and I sensed that something was dramatically amiss. In a feeble attempt to reassure myself, I reached out and gently patted the doll's dress, uttering comforting words like, "It's okay, Dolly." Yet, the instant my hand made contact, an inexplicable occurrence unfolded before my eyes. One of the doll's delicate legs abruptly shot upwards, defying the laws of physics. The shock of this bizarre phenomenon overwhelmed me, and I unleashed a piercing scream as I sprinted out of the room, propelled by sheer terror. Years later, my mother disclosed that peculiar incidents were far from uncommon during our time in that house. Though my parents diligently shielded my brother and me from the truth. In one instance, a pan mysteriously hurtled off the stove, an event they downplayed as though it were an everyday occurrence. Cupboards would spontaneously swing open, lights would flicker of their own accord, a litany of inexplicable happenings that pervaded our lives in that dwelling. Although our stay in that eerie abode proved short-lived, I steadfastly refused to set foot in that room ever again. Thankfully, my compassionate brother assisted me in disposing of the doll, as we both instinctively recognized its potential role as a conduit for malevolent presence lurking within our home. Over time, I endeavored to uncover the history of that house, seeking clues that might shed light on the inexplicable occurrences that we had endured. Regrettably, any hope of unearthing the truth was thwarted by the devastating impact of Hurricane Katrina, which reduced the whole town to ruins, rendering any historical records or insights utterly unattainable. To this day, that chilling encounter with the possessed doll serves as a haunting reminder that there are realms beyond our comprehension, where dark forces can encroach upon our everyday lives. It's an experience that has left an indelible mark on my psyche, forever igniting my curiosity about the supernatural and instilling in me an enduring belief that there are things in this world that defy explanation. Story number 8. Loud crashing glass sound, but nothing broken. Around 18 years ago, a momentous time in my life was unfolding as I eagerly anticipated the arrival of my first child. The days were dwindling, and I found myself growing more and more anxious. Our cozy abode was a small house that housed not only my husband and me, but also our beloved cat and dog, who completed our little family. One evening, with my due date fast approaching, I sought solace and relaxation in my bed. The air was serene, and the peaceful presence of our slumbering dog, cat, and husband provided a sense of tranquility. Unfortunately, sleep eluded me, leaving me restless and wide awake. To fill the time, I resorted to reading, hoping to tire my mind and finally drift into a peaceful slumber. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a cacophonous noise reverberated through the house. It resembled the sound of a large glass vase, bowl, or even a window pane being carelessly dropped from considerable height. The unexpected jolt startled me to the core, causing an instinctive physical reaction that sent a sharp pang of pain coursing through my belly. I scrambled out of bed, momentarily surprised by the fact that my reaction didn't result in a puddle, considering my advanced state of pregnancy. Waddling as quickly as I could manage, I made my way toward the source of the commotion, which appeared to originate from the living room, dining room, and kitchen area, all seamlessly interconnected within our modest abode. The mystery unfolded before me as I diligently searched for any sign of the disturbance that had disturbed the peace of our humble house. With great trepidation, my eyes fell upon the exquisite extra-large Waterford vase that occupied a prominent spot in my room. I half expected to find it toppled over, the mischievous handiwork of our mischievous cat or energetic dog. To my sheer surprise, the vase stood undisturbed, flawlessly maintaining its designated place. Perplexed, I embarked on a thorough investigation, scouring every nook and cranny for potential clues. Yet, to my dismay, not a single object seemed out of place. Being a self-proclaimed neat freak, cleanliness and orderliness were ingrained in my nature, particularly during the nesting phase of pregnancy. I had anticipated discovering the culprit responsible for the disturbance almost instantaneously. However, much to my disbelief, everything remained impeccably organized, as if time itself had frozen within our house. Even the dishes in the dishwasher were neatly arranged, further perplexing me. Puzzled and disoriented, I retraced my steps, returning to the sanctuary of my room, hoping to find solace and clarity within its confines. As I pushed the door open, a peculiar sight greeted me. A solemn tableau of the cat and dog fixated on me with an inexplicable intensity. Uncharacteristically, neither of them budged an inch from their respective spots. It was as if they were waiting, patiently anticipating my return. To this day, the memory of that perplexing night haunts me, and the origins of that thunderous sound elude my comprehension. I had been wide awake, and there was no one else in the house but the four of us, like 4 chickens cooped up inside our abode. Curiously enough, my husband remained undisturbed by the chaos, blissfully lost in his own realm of slumber. It was as if he possessed the sleeping habits of a troll, impervious to the disturbances of the mortal realm. Initially, my annoyance had been directly towards the mere possibility of the prized vase being shattered into fragments, thus necessitating the arduous task of cleaning up broken glass, an endeavor that, given my condition, would have fallen to my husband. The late-night hour added another layer of inconvenience to the equation. However, as I stood at the threshold of the hallway, contemplating whether to investigate further, a profound sense of appreciation washed over me. Something deep within my gut warned me against proceeding, cautioning me to leave the enigma unsolved. Despite this inexplicable hesitation, my inner neat freak revolted against the idea of leaving a potential disaster unattended. The notion of shattered glass lingers in the house, demanding immediate attention, clashed with my ingrained need for orderliness. Story number 9. Pain in my body a night before my father's death. During those challenging months, my father battled with his critical condition, requiring constant medical attention. The arduous journey finally culminated in a devastating event that would forever be etched in my memory. The day prior to his passing, I mustered up the courage to visit him at the hospital. To my relief, my mother informed me that he was doing remarkably well. He had undergone a therapy session and had actively participated, even moving his legs and tongue with great effort. However, as fate would have it, I found myself grappling with an unexpected predicament during that visit. As I sat by my father's side, a wave of hunger overwhelmed me, prompting me to venture out of the hospital in search of sustenance. Little did I know that this seemingly innocuous decision would lead to a series of inexplicable events that would forever haunt me. After satiating my appetite, I was suddenly overcome by the overwhelming sense of fatigue. The exhaustion enveloped me, and I longed for nothing more than a moment of respite. Hastily returning to my room, I began to undress, eager to find solace in the embrace of sleep. However, as I removed my clothing, a sharp pang of pain coursed through my neck, shoulders, and arms, jolting me from my wariness. Instinctively, I rubbed my neck, hoping to alleviate the discomfort that had taken hold of me. To my surprise, I discovered small, palpable nodules scattered beneath the surface of my skin. Perplexed and disturbed by the discovery, I pondered their origin and the torment that they caused me. Despite my body's cry for rest, sleep eluded me that night. Instead, I found myself plagued by different agony altogether. A throbbing ache surged through my knee, immobilizing it and rendering movement impossible. With great effort, I attempted to massage the joint, desperate to restore its function. Only then could I find solace and release from the torment that held me captive. As the night wore on, the pain seemed to migrate, finding its new dwelling within the confines of my groin. Agonizing and persistent, it left me bewildered and deeply concerned. The implications of this inexplicable suffering weighed heavily on my mind, clouding my thoughts and leaving me grasping for answers. Seeking solace and understanding, I confided in a close friend who had experienced the loss of her own father. In recounting the events of that dreadful night, I shared my physical afflictions, hoping she might offer some insight or familiarity with such an ordeal. To my astonishment, she revealed that she had endured a similar encounter. Like me, she had experienced unexplained pain following her father's passing, a revelation that struck a deep chord within my soul. Driven by an insatiable need for understanding, I embarked on a quest to seek out others who might have encountered similar circumstances. Desperately scouring the depths of the internet, I meticulously searched for accounts of individuals who had endured comparable physical and emotional trials following the loss of a loved one. Yet, to my dismay, my efforts yielded no fruit, leaving me disheartened and yearning for the solace of shared experiences. It is in this context, dear reader or listener, that I turn to you now in search of solace and enlightenment. Have any of you, in the vast expanse of your lives, encountered a similar phenomenon? Have you experienced unexplained pain, both physical and emotional, following the passing of a loved one? This quest for understanding and connection transcends language barriers, as I had sought similar experiences in Spanish but found none. In sharing my history and story, I hope to find solace in the collective wisdom of those who have treaded similar paths. The human experience is vast and profound, encompassing a myriad of tribulations and triumphs. By shedding light on our shared vulnerabilities, we can find solace in knowing that we are not alone in our suffering. Together, we can forge bonds of empathy, offering support and understanding to those who yearn most for it. Story number 10. I saw and heard it at the same time. Well, all right, let me tell you this crazy story that happened to me recently. It was one evening and I was engrossed in a lively online call with my dear friends. I had set up a little haven in my cozy bedroom, sitting at my trusty purple table with my laptop right in front of me, illuminating the room with its warm glow. The lights were on, creating a vibrant ambiance. As we chatted and laughed, completely immersed in our conversation, something bizarre occurred. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of movement, and I heard a distinct sound. My initial perception was that my dark brown leather tissue box had toppled over the edge of the table. Now, this had happened once before when I accidentally nudged it off, so it instantly registered in my mind as a familiar occurrence. Curiosity piqued, I glanced towards the source of the sound, expecting to see my trusty tissue box lying on the floor. However, to my utter surprise, my hand found nothing but empty air. It was then that the realization struck me like a bolt of lightning. My tissue box was never there to begin with. In fact, it was peacefully resting in the living room, in the possession of my dear mother. For a fleeting moment I paused, attempting to comprehend the inexplicable phenomenon that had unfolded before me. A chill coursed through my spine, and an unsettling feeling crept over me, tingling my senses. I couldn't fathom how I could have heard the distinct scratching sound of the box against the table's surface if it had never existed in the first place. Fueled by a mix of curiosity and fear and confusion, I quickly abandoned the comfort of my bedroom and dashed towards the living room, where my family members were gathered. Bustling into the room, my heart pounding in my chest, I could hardly catch my breath. Without hesitation, I addressed them urgently, my voice trembling with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. "Guys," I stammered, trying to keep my composure, "you won't believe what I just saw and what just happened. I swear with every fiber of my being I heard and saw something extraordinary. It was as if there was a dark hand or some mysterious object, roughly the size of a tissue box, right there on my table. I heard it slide from the edge, scratching the surface, so vividly that I instinctively bent down to retrieve it, thinking I must have accidentally pushed something." My family members exchanged concerned glances, clearly taken aback by the intensity of my words. They knew me well enough to discern that I wasn't one to easily succumb to fanciful tales or exaggeration, Yet, there was an undeniable earnestness in my voice, a profound conviction. As we huddled together sharing our thoughts and speculations, a sense of unease settled upon us. The notion that an invisible force had manifested in my room, imitating the presence of an object, sent shivers down our spines. We contemplated the possibility of a supernatural occurrence, a lingering spirit, or an unexplainable glitch in the fabric of reality itself. The incident left an indelible mark on my psyche, fueling my fascination with the unknown and prompting countless hours of research into the paranormal and metaphysical realms. I delved into books, articles, and online forums, hungry for answers, desperate to unravel the enigma that had unfolded in my own bedroom. Months passed, and though I never encountered another incident quite as perplexing as that late fateful night, the memory lingered, forever etched into the tapestry of my life. It served as a constant reminder that the world is far more mysterious and inexplicable than we may have ever comprehended. I became a staunch believer in the existence of unseen forces, forever fascinated by the ethereal and the unexplained. So, that's my extraordinary story, one that I continue to ponder and share with others, hoping to connect with those who may have encountered similar inexplicable phenomena. Life has a way of surprising us, unveiling its inexplicable secrets when we least expect them. And for me, that unforgettable encounter was just the beginning of an endless quest for understanding in the face of the unknown. Story number 11. Hearing church bells randomly at night in the Ozark Mountains. It was around a year ago when my mom first told me about the peculiar incident that had left her feeling unnerved. She shared with me that she had heard the sound of church bells ringing late at night, somewhere between midnight and 1 a.m. What made it particularly eerie was the fact that it happened on a random weekday, not a typical Wednesday when church services are commonly held in the southern parts of the United States where we reside. Living here for several years, my mom had never encountered the sound of church bells before, whether during the day or at night. It was truly an anomalous occurrence that left her puzzled. Fast forward to the present, and I find myself staying with my mom for a while. It was only about an hour ago when I stepped outside onto the porch for a smoke break. As I stood there enveloped in the tranquil night, I suddenly became aware of the faint sound of church bells chiming in the distance. The melodic peals echoed through the air for approximately 30 seconds before fading away. Intrigued, I remained on the porch for another 5 minutes, straining my ears in an attempt to catch a glimpse of those ethereal notes once again. Unfortunately, my efforts proved fruitless, and the silence prevailed. Glancing at my watch, I realized it was precisely 12:29 a.m., eliminating the possibility that these were mere echoes carried by the wind from a distant church. There was something more mysterious at play. Being unable to contain my curiosity, I promptly shared my recent encounter with my midnight church bells to my mom, who had woken up about 45 minutes prior, believe it or not. Her response was rather nonchalant, as if she had come to expect such phenomena. She nodded, acknowledging my experience, and revealed that she too had heard the enigmatic bells on a few occasions. Much like my encounter, she explained that they typically occurred between the hours of midnight and 1 a.m. However, she remained equally perplexed, unable to discern the reason behind these unexpected serenades. Having spent my entire life in the southern regions, where the resonant sound of church bells are a familiar occurrence, I found it peculiar that I had never encountered them in this particular town. Even when church bells do ring, they typically serve a purpose. They mark the passage of time, herald of the commencement of a service, or accompany significant events like weddings or funerals. Yet, the intermittent chiming of these bells on random weekdays, somewhere between midnight and 1 a.m., in the tranquil retirement town where even the house colors are regulated by the homeowners association, defied any logical explanation. Naturally, my curiosity led me to delve deeper into the matter. I began researching the significance and lore surrounding church bells, hoping to uncover some hidden clues that might shed light on this mysterious phenomenon. Could it be a part of some old-age tradition or forgotten custom specific to the Ozark Mountains, where our town was nestled? As I embarked on my quest for answers, I stumbled upon intriguing stories and fascinating legends associated with the enchanting tolling of church bells. Tales of ancient rituals, protective charms, and even supernatural occurrences captured my imagination. I discovered that in many cultures the ringing of church bells was believed to ward off evil spirits or announce the presence of a divine entity. They were said to possess the power to purify and cleanse the surroundings, infusing them with an air of sanctity and protection. Delving further, I unearthed tales of phantom church bells, where their ethereal melodies would fill the night air, often without visible source. These spectral chimes were attributed to restless spirits trapped between realms, or mysterious energies permeating sacred grounds. Legends whispered of hidden churches, long forgotten, existing in realms beyond our perception, where spectral priests would offer midnight prayers. Could it be possible that our town concealed such a forgotten church, lost in the annals of time, its chimes echoing through the mountains during the witching hours? Or perhaps, as some local lore suggested, there existed a connection between the church bells and the mystical heritage of the Ozarks, intertwining the spiritual and natural realms in ways that we could not comprehend. The more I delved into the stories and mysteries surrounding the church bells, the more I realized that our encounter with the midnight serenades was far from isolated. Numerous accounts from other towns and communities in the region spoke of similar experiences, where church bells would resonate mysteriously in the depths of the night, defying conventional explanations. It seemed as though the phenomenon transcended time and space, connecting people across generations in an enigmatic symphony of sound. As I pondered the implication of these findings, a sense of awe and wonder washed over me. The inexplicable ringing of church bells at irregular intervals began at midnight and 1 a.m. in our seemingly unremarkable retirement town, and this became a gateway to a world beyond our understanding. It was a reminder that mysteries and wonders still lingered, waiting to be discovered in the most unexpected of places. So, while I couldn't provide a definitive explanation for the midnight church bells that resonated through our town, I came to appreciate the beauty and intrigue that they brought into our lives. They served as a gentle reminder that there are realms yet unexplored, where the boundaries of the ordinary and extraordinary blur, and where the symphony of the unseen continues to play. Story number 12. Something was in my bathroom. During my junior year of college, an incredible opportunity presented itself, studying abroad in London. With great excitement, I embarked on this adventure, ready to immerse myself in a new culture and broaden my horizons. Little did I know that this experience would be accompanied by an unexpected encounter with the supernatural. Our accommodations were situated on the top floor of an 18th century home, which had been transformed into several flats. As my roommate and I settled into our studio flat, an eerie feeling began to envelop us. It seemed that a ghost had taken up residence in our bathroom, as objects inexplicably flew off shelves and an unsettling atmosphere pervaded the room. Despite our uneasiness, our fellow students dismissed our claims, attributing them to the overactive imagination of attention-seeking girls. However, 2 events occurred that convinced us of something truly peculiar was definitely unfolding. One morning, when preparing for classes, I stepped into the shower, relishing in the soothing warmth of the water, and suddenly I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder. Startled, I turned around, but there was no one else in the bathroom. Frozen with fear, I stood there, attempting to comprehend what had just occurred, when abruptly the water ceased to flow. Panic surged through my veins, propelling me to flee the bathroom in a frantic rush. It was later revealed that the water breaker had been mysteriously switched off. Considering my roommate's growing trepidation regarding the potential presence of a ghost, I opted to withhold this chilling incident from her. However, after enduring a week of mounting anxiety, I could no longer bear the burden alone and decided to confide in her. To my astonishment, her eyes widened as she divulged that a similar occurrence had transpired on the very morning of my encounter. She had refrained from sharing her experience, fearing that it would amplify my already heightened apprehension. Several weeks passed, and the specter's activities persisted, intensifying our distress. Engrossed in a conversation with my mother, seeking solace and guidance, I sought refuge in the stairwell. Seated on the steps, facing a wall, the other side concealed our haunted bedroom. My phobia of encountering an actual apparition drove me to voice my fears to my mother, uttering the desperate words, "If this entity were to reveal itself, I swear I would promptly vacate this place." No sooner had those words left my lips than the darkness descended upon the stairwell, shrouding it in an impenetrable blackness. For a few harrowing seconds, I was submerged in a terrifying void. Later, research informed me that when ghosts attempt to manifest themselves, they often draw energy from surrounding sources, resulting in an abrupt extinguishing of lights. Gripped by fear, I shared this unnerving incident with my mother, who offered a suggestion that would alter the course of our ghostly encounters. My mother proposed that my roommate and I visit the bathroom together and respectfully address the apparition. She advised us to say, "We acknowledge that our stay in this space is temporary, and after a few more months, we will be returning home. We kindly request that during our visit, we may coexist harmoniously within this dwelling." Intrigued and desperate for a solution, we followed her advice, hoping to restore tranquility to our lives. Miraculously, from that moment onward, all paranormal activity ceased within our flat. No objects were jostled off shelves, the lights functioned as they should, and the shower poured water consistently, and we were never again touched by invisible hands. It appeared that our plea had resonated with the ghostly entity, and it had chosen to respect our presence, and so, for the remainder of our time in that peculiar flat, peace reigned supreme. Reflecting on this extraordinary experience, I couldn't help but marvel at the peculiar circumstances that had unfolded. It was indeed disconcerting to contemplate the presence of a ghostly observer while engaging in the most mundane of activities, such as using the toilet. Nonetheless, this encounter with the supernatural served as a reminder of the mysteries that permeate our world and the unexplained phenomena that lie just beyond the realm of our comprehension. Story number 13. Ghost came back to haunt me 11 years later. When I was 11 years old, my family and I made the life-changing decision to leave Puerto Rico and embark on a new adventure in America. We settled into an apartment where my grandparents happened to work. It was an exciting but also slightly unsettling time for me as I navigated the challenges of adjusting to a new country and environment. One peculiar incident stands out in my memory. It was a regular day, or rather night, as I found myself abruptly awakened at the precise hour of 3:33 a.m. Feeling an intense thirst, I groggily made my way to the kitchen, only to encounter a sight that sent shivers down my spine. There before my eyes stood a tall figure, with its paper-white skin and dressed in a black suit. What disturbed me even more was the absence of a face. It resembled a store-bought mannequin, devoid of any facial features such as a nose or mouth. Strangely, the entity didn't emanate any malevolence. Instead, it seemed lost, like a bewildered child. Its vacant gaze met mine and for a brief moment stood still. It merely stared at me, as if seeking solace or direction. However, this eerie encounter was just the beginning of a series of inexplicable events. Soon after, peculiar knocks became a regular occurrence in my life. Every day without fail, I would hear 3 distinct knocks. It didn't matter where I was, in the apartment, at school, or even when I ventured outside. The entity with this enigmatic appearance would manifest itself, hovering above me, and continuing its unnerving ritual. The height of the creature was unmistakable, towering at approximately 8 foot 1 inches. Just as quickly as it had appeared, it would vanish, leaving me perplexed and mystified by its intentions. Years passed, and I managed to adjust to the persistent presence of this mysterious being. Eventually, my family decided to move out of that apartment, which marked the end of that particular chapter of our lives. Little did I know that the tale was far from over. Recently, to my astonishment, the same creature re-emerged in my life. However, it had undergone a transformation. Gone was the black suit and tie it once wore. Instead, it now adorned a striped long-sleeved shirt, coupled by a beige jacket and baggy tan shorts. The familiarity of its presence both comforted and unnerved me. Curiosity consumed me, and I embarked on a journey to uncover the true nature of this enigma that had haunted me for so long. It was during this time that my friends and I decided to conduct a Ouija board session in the eerie woods known for their tragic history of suicides. We hoped to make contact with supernatural entities and find answers to our burning questions. To our surprise, as the Ouija board planchette moved across the board, a force unlike any other surged through the room. The entity identified itself as Charlie, claimed to be the very being that had plagued me all these years. With cautious excitement, we asked Charlie if it was indeed the one responsible for haunting me, and to our astonishment, it confirmed our suspicions. In a strange turn of events, my perception of Charlie began to shift. I started to view this ghostly presence as something more than a malevolent force. It seemed to harbor a protective quality, almost like a guardian watching over me. Gradually, I developed a sense of friendship and trust towards Charlie, embracing its role in my life. However, my desire to communicate with Charlie more effectively grew. I yearned for a deeper connection. Yet, I felt apprehensive about resorting to a spirit box or Ouija board. Fearing that such methods might inadvertently invite malevolent entities into my home, right? As I embark on this ongoing journey of understanding and friendship with Charlie, my benevolent ghostly companion, I am determined to find alternative means of communication. Perhaps through meditation, intuitive listening, or exploring the realms of metaphysics, I can establish a stronger connection with Charlie without compromising the safety of my surroundings. Though the path ahead is uncertain, I find solace in the knowledge that Charlie's presence, once a source of fear and confusion, has transformed into a mysterious yet reassuring force in my life. Together we continue to unravel the depths of the supernatural realm, forging an unconventional bond that transcends the boundaries of the physical world. Story number 14, The Man Without a Face. Years ago, when my family relocated to America, I vividly recall an incident that transpired on our balcony. While everyone else busied themselves with the moving of our belongings into our new apartment, I found myself captivated by an overwhelming sensation. It was akin to the primal instinct of prey detecting an imminent threat, or a deer locking eyes with a lurking wolf. Intrigued, I instinctively cast my gaze upwards, and there before me stood him, or rather, it. His countenance was an eerie paper white, contrasting starkly against the backdrop of his black suit. Strangely, his face lacked any discernible facial features. Instead, a mere suggestion of a nose, eyes, and a mouth graced his visage. Yet these features bore no openings, rendering them reminiscent of lifeless mannequins found in stores. My heart raced as I absorbed the unsettling sight, while he unflinchingly fixed his gaze upon me. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, and then, in the blink of an eye, he vanished into thin air. The intensity of fear engulfed my young self, and I instinctively sought refuge indoors, wordlessly retreating from the enigmatic presence on the balcony. Taking solace in the familiar confines of a chair, I attempted to steady my racing thoughts. However, mere minutes later, that disconcerting feeling began to creep back into my consciousness. A sense of impending danger descended upon me once more, and I glanced upwards, only to find him standing in the doorway of my room. His spectral form exuded an eerie aura as he silently observed me. Without uttering a single word, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the depths of the apartment. Intrigued by this uncanny encounter, I mustered the courage to confide in my mother several years later. As I tentatively shared the details of that chilling encounter, a peculiar look crossed her face. It was as if she had known of this enigmatic entity all along, yet chose to remain silent, withholding any further explanation. Her reaction left me with a lingering sense of mystery, compelling me to ponder the true nature of the haunting presence I had encountered that day. The memory of that surreal encounter is still in my mind, serving as a constant reminder of the enigma that once graced my presence. The questions surrounding that inexplicable being persist, and I find myself drawn back to that moment on the balcony, yearning for a deeper understanding of whatever that spectral figure truly was. The secrets of that encounter, shrouded in silence and ambiguity, continue to tantalize my imagination, leaving me to contemplate the existence of realms beyond our comprehension. Story number 15. No longer a skeptic after close encounter with the plasma orb. In April of 2011, a dear friend and I embarked on a mesmerizing adventure that would forever leave an indelible mark on our memories. It was a splendid night, dry and clear as we climbed up to my rooftop in the enchanting region of New Jersey. Our purpose? To immerse ourselves in the ethereal beauty of the Lyrids meteor shower. Eagerly anticipating the celestial spectacle of shooting stars cascading across the heavens above. Though the meteor shower didn't end up living up to our lofty expectations, we remained steadfast, our gazes fixated upon the celestial tapestry, hopeful that we would witness a few fleeting meteors every now and then. Several hours had passed, and our dedication to the celestial spectacle had not wavered. Suddenly a burst of radiance caught the periphery of our vision, diverting our attention from the celestial expanse to the earthly surroundings. We turned our heads in unison only to be greeted by a sight that defied explanation. A luminous beam resembling a brilliant blue-white LED flashlight, traversing the dense forest beyond the boundaries of our humble abode. In the depths of our subconscious, our initial instinct led us to believe that perhaps law enforcement personnel were pursuing a miscreant, wielding their flashlight as a beacon of justice. However, our perception swiftly shifted as we observed the light ascending, weaving its way through the leafy canopy, far above the forest floor. Bewildered and perplexed, we repeated the phrase, "What the fuck is that?" incessantly, struggling to comprehend the otherworldly phenomenon that was unfolding before our eyes. Gradually, the enigmatic light altered its course, aligning itself with the meandering path of the river flowing serenely behind my residence. It seemed as though the ethereal radiance acknowledged our presence, for as it traversed the rear of my house, it decelerated, eventually coming to a gentle halt. Then, in a breathtaking display of cosmic curiosity, the radiant entity executed a precise 90-degree turn, embarking upon the open expanse of our property a mere 40 feet from our quivering frames. A sense of imminent scrutiny permeated the air, as if the enigmatic presence had detected our presence and then sought to investigate further. It was at this climactic juncture that we were granted an awe-inspiring glimpse into the heart of the inexplicable. What materialized before us was an immaculately spherical entity, exuding an ethereal luminescence akin to a radiant basketball. Its core appeared to churn and undulate with flowing plasma, emanating an icy blue-white hue that pervaded the surroundings, casting an otherworldly glow in the process. Despite its captivating radiance, not a single sound emerged from this enigmatic sphere, further intensifying the inexplicable nature of the encounter. Overwhelmed by astonishment and trepidation, our vocal cords unleashed a torrent of terrified screams, unable to contain the flood of emotions that surged within us. With each passing moment, the enigmatic presence advanced towards us, albeit at significantly slower pace than when it had glided seamlessly through the verdant foliage. Its movements now exuded an air of caution, an unexpected juxtaposition to the initial swift traversal. Inexplicably, it seems as though the entity possessed an intention, a peculiar intelligence that manifested in its calculated approach. This realization intensified our already profound horror as the inexplicable truth dawned upon us. We were in the presence of an incomprehensible force, something that defied the boundaries of our knowledge and understanding. Sensing the inherent danger that lurked within this enigmatic encounter, we scrambled hastily off the rooftop, propelled by a primal instinct to seek shelter and solace within the confines of my home. Trembling like terrified children, we found refuge beneath the comforting blanket, though the cloak of fear shrouded us, despite our advancing age. Conversation regarding this extraordinary event became a taboo, as we were unable to fathom, let alone explain, the unfathomable force that had invaded our lives that fateful night. Approximately a year has passed since our nerve-wracking encounter with the enigmatic luminosity, when a neighbor, gripped by sheer panic, relentlessly pounded upon my door. His frenzied pleas for sanctuary resonated through the hushed ambiance of my abode, his words revealing a startling revelation. He and a companion had ventured into the very same patch of woods, nestled alongside the meandering river, and they had witnessed our inexplicable encounter. To their dismay, they too had found themselves pursued by a silent, ethereal orb of luminosity, a hauntingly familiar apparition that sent shivers cascading down my spine. This revelation startled me to the core, for I had never before divulged the details of my own encounter to this neighbor. In that moment, a profound realization gripped me. The enigmatic force that had trespassed upon our lives was not an isolated incident, but a recurring presence, traversing the boundaries of our perception and leaving behind a trail of bewilderment and trepidation. Story number 16. Who is he? 11 years ago, when I was still pregnant with my daughter, I experienced a peculiar incident that left me wondering about its meaning to this day. It was a splendid sunny afternoon, approximately around 2 p.m. I found myself sitting on the sofa, engrossed in watching television, eagerly awaiting the time to pick up my son from school at 3. In the midst of my leisurely TV session, I had a sudden urge to reach for the remote control, which had somehow managed to find its way to the other end of the sofa. As I leaned across, diverting my attention from the screen, I thought nothing of it. However, when I turned my gaze back toward the television, a chill ran down my spine as I beheld the sight of a man standing right beside it. This mysterious figure possessed black shoes, adorned light blue jeans, a yellow t-shirt, and light brown hair. Yet what struck me with an inexplicable fear was the fact that he had no face. It was as if his skin simply blended into nothingness. Initially, I attempted to rationalize the occurrence, wondering if it was a mere trick of the mind. I recalled how, when one looks away from a screen and rapidly blinks, the residual image remains temporarily imprinted on the retina. I attributed this bizarre encounter to the similar phenomenon and dismissed it accordingly. However, fate had a different plan in store for me. 2 weeks later, during another bright day, the enigmatic man materialized once again, this time on the periphery of the television screen. Unlike the previous encounter, he stood at a slight distance, lingering for what seemed like an eternity, but was probably no more than 10 seconds. Although this may appear negligible, the experience of witnessing something that defies all logic and shouldn't exist was eternally protracted. In my shock and disbelief, I instinctively looked away, only to cautiously redirect my gaze back to the television, to find that he had vanished. A year had passed since that haunting incident, and I had welcomed the arrival of my beautiful daughter into the world. It was during a blissful bank holiday weekend when my parents decided to go away, leaving me to house-sit in their absence. On that fateful night, as I stirred awake, A craving for a refreshing drink compelled me to make my way downstairs. The illumination in my parents' kitchen appeared unusually bright, reminiscent of the radiance of natural daylight. In their kitchen, there was another door adorned with glass panels, providing a glimpse into the adjacent washroom and downstairs bathroom. To my utter disbelief as I peered through the glass panels, there he was, once again, the very same man I'd encountered twice before. This time, his appearance lasted for around 10 seconds for sure, causing my heart to race with a mixture of apprehension and fascination. In an instant, he vanished, leaving behind an air of perplexity and fear. What struck me as particularly disconcerting was the realization that he had appeared in a different house altogether. I couldn't fathom how this enigmatic figure had traversed from my own home to my parents' abode, blurring the boundaries of time and space. In the years that have followed, I have never caught another glimpse of him. His transparent presence, coupled with his contemporary attire and hairstyle, continues to elude my comprehension. I find myself frequently musing over his identity and purpose. Who was he? Was he a figment of my imagination, a ghostly apparition, or perhaps something more supernatural? The lingering question remains, forever shrouded in mystery, haunting my thoughts as I ponder the unexplainable nature of that extraordinary encounter. Story number 1. White Shadows versus Black Shadows. In the midst of June, a time when the vibrant hues of summer painted the world with warmth and vitality, I embarked on a new chapter of my life by moving into a splendid apartment. Nestled within the heart of a bustling city, this abode was a relatively recent addition to the urban landscape, having been constructed in the year of 2018. The promise of modernity and comfort enticed me, as I eagerly embraced the prospect of a fresh start in this pristine dwelling. However, as days turned into weeks and weeks transformed into months, peculiar occurrences began to transpire, shrouding my once idyllic sanctuary in an enigmatic veil of mystique. It all commenced with the fleeting glimpses of a spectral phenomenon, a white mist or an ethereal cloud of thick smoke, ever so fleeting, appearing as the periphery of my vision. Intrigued yet perturbed, I found myself compelled to unravel the enigma that permeated my newfound dwelling. Allow me to paint a vivid picture of the layout within my apartment, for it is crucial to comprehend the peculiar nature of these apparitions. As I recline upon my plush couch, engaged in moments of respite and reflection, my gaze naturally wanders towards the left, encompassing both the kitchen and the front hallway. It is precisely within these domains that the curious spectacle unfurls itself. Whenever my eyes unwittingly catch a glimpse of the smoky haze, it tends to manifest its ethereal presence either above the pristine expanse of the kitchen sink or directly before the majestic front door. Now, I must confess that my encounters with the supernatural realm have been varied, as I've often come face to face with the enigmatic silhouette of a dark shadow. However, such manifestations have been relegated to the distant corners of my memory, confined to dwellings far removed from the confines of this particular apartment. Consequently, the arrival of these otherworldly wisps, resembling plumes of smoke, evoked an overwhelming curiosity that demanded answers. I yearned to discern the fundamental distinctions between these specters, pondering their inherent meanings and the nature of their manifestation in a seemingly innocuous form akin to smoke. At first, I attributed these spectral visitations to the whims of my own perception, dismissing them as mere figments of an overactive imagination. Yet my skepticism was shattered when just 20 minutes prior to the present moment, I once again bore witness to the ethereal phenomenon. Determined to unravel the truth, I turned to my beloved fiancé, a trusted confidant who shared the sanctity of this dwelling with me. Casting aside any trepidation that had held me back prior, I inquired if they, too, had been privy to the elusive smoke that seemed to dance within our apartment's realm. Their response was both shocking and intriguing. My fiancée, with a subtle mix of surprise and intrigue dancing within her eyes, revealed that they too had glimpsed the swirling tendrils of the spectral smoke. However, they had remained silent, failing to utter a single word regarding this ethereal occurrence. In fact, it appeared that the bathroom was the chosen domain for these manifestations, as my beloved partner divulged that they had been born to witness the enigmatic smoke on several occasions during their tenure within this shared space. This revelation ignited within me a fervor for discovery, as I combined experiences, elevated the mysterious nature of our apartment to an even higher plane. Together we embarked on a journey to understand the inexplicable, fervently scouring the annals of history and consulting the wisdom of various esoteric sources in an effort to unlock the secrets concealed within these spectral apparitions. As we delved deeper into our research, a fascinating theory emerged. These ethereal wisps of smoke might indeed be a manifestation of spiritual energy, lingering remnants of the unseen realm, interwoven with our physical existence. We came to realize that such apparitions, be they black shadows or ethereal smoke, were not merely random or coincidental occurrences. Rather, they carried profound significances, often serving as conduits for communication from the spiritual realm. Armed with this, we began to pay closer attention to the subtle nuances surrounding these enigmatic visitations. We meticulously documented every sighting, noting the time, location, and any peculiar circumstances that accompanied each encounter. Over time, patterns emerged, weaving a tapestry of symbolism and meaning that offered glimpses into the unseen dimensions intertwining with our own. Through our tireless efforts and countless conversations, we discovered that the appearance of the smoky haze over the sink in the kitchen often coincided with moments of introspection and contemplation. It seemed to serve as a gentle reminder to nourish our souls and tend to the depths of our being, urging us to embrace the spiritual aspects of our existence amidst the daily tumult of life. Conversely, when the spectral smoke materialized before the front door, it signified the imminent arrival of new opportunities and ventures, beckoning us to seize the moment and step bravely into uncharted territories. The apparitions in the bathroom, observed by my fiancé, carried a sense of cleansing and renewal, encouraging personal growth and the shedding of old habits or stagnant energies. As we immersed ourselves in this otherworldly exploration, our bond as a couple grew stronger. Together, we navigated the ethereal currents of our apartment, armed with a newfound reverence for the unseen forces that subtly influenced our lives. We embraced the unknown, finding solace and fascination in the mysteries that unfolded within the walls of our humble abode. In the end, our journey through the realms of the supernatural within our apartment became a testament to the boundless wonders that lie just beyond the threshold of our understanding. It taught us to embrace the beauty of uncertainty, to revel in the enigmatic dance of shadows and smoke, and to cherish the unity that transcends the veil between the seen and unseen. And so, my dear listener, I invite you to embark on our own voyage of discovery. Open your eyes to the subtleties that surround you, for within the ordinary lies the extraordinary, and within the mundane resides the magical. May you find courage to explore the realms beyond, to seek answers in the whispers of smoke and dances of shadows, and to uncover the profound meaning that dwells within the unseen corners of your existence. Story number 2. Friendly spirit or something else? Let me take you back to Valentine's Day in the year of 2010, a time when I was just an innocent 11-year-old kid. The day holds a special place in my heart because it was when my dad bestowed upon me a delightful puppy plushie, complete with a vibrant red ribbon and a tiny felt heart that proudly proclaimed, "I love you," in bold capital letters. Little did I know that this seemingly innocent gift would lead to a series of inexplicable events that would forever leave a mark on my memory. It was a chilling evening, and my parents had decided to venture out into the local grocery store to gather supplies for our dinner. Unfortunately, I was unable to join them on this outing as I had succumbed to a fever. Determined to make me feel better, my parents left me at home with the promise of returning soon. I obediently took my prescribed medicine and reluctantly retreated back to the comfort of my bed, the puppy plushie clutched tightly in my feverish hands. Before succumbing to sleep's embrace, I distinctly remember placing the adorable dog plushie on the kitchen table. With a heavy head and a body weakened by illness, I drifted off into a restless slumber. It was only a couple of hours later that I was roused from the uneasy sleep by the sound of my parents returning home. However, what awaited me was a perplexing sight that defied all logical explanation. There, sitting next to my head on the bed, was the very same puppy plushie that I had left on the kitchen table. Confused clouded my fevered mind as I pondered how it had made its way from the table to my bedside. My bedroom door stood wide open, a silent witness to this eerie phenomenon. It was evident that my parents couldn't have been the culprits behind this mysterious occurrence, since they had departed before I had even retired for the night. In fact, they had unlocked the front door as I stumbled into the living room, utterly bewildered by the inexplicable chain of events. You see, our house had always been a hotbed of unexplained activity. It seemed to harbor not just one, but two distinct entities. One, a spectral figure that roamed our residence, taking the form of a man with a face that remained forever blurred and indistinguishable. I had encountered this ethereal presence on numerous occasions, its ghostly appearance sending shivers down my spine. However, this particular incident involving the displaced plushie presented a new enigma altogether. The second entity, although never seen with my own eyes, made its presence felt continuously, particularly within the confines of my own room. It was as if a dark, hunched figure lurked in the shadows, observing my every move from behind furniture and around corners. Following the inexplicable relocation of the puppy plushie, this unseen force seemed to intensify its presence, casting an ominous aura over my personal space. The weight of these bizarre occurrences led me to confide in a close friend, desperate for some semblance of understanding or reassurance. Upon recounting the tale, my friend offered a thought-provoking hypothesis. Could it be possible that the entity residing in my room was responsible for the peculiar incident involving the plushie? After all, following that unnerving event, my life took a sinister turn. I began to witness a sinister dark figure perpetually hunched over, lurking in the periphery of my vision. It seemed to revel in tormenting me, revealing itself from behind furniture and sulking around corners, a constant source of unease. As I reflect upon these inexplicable events from my childhood, I am left with a lingering sense of wonder and trepidation. The true nature of the entities that inhabited our home and their motivations remain a mystery to this day. Perhaps there are forces at play in this world that defy our understanding, lurking just beyond the veil of our perception. Or maybe, just maybe, the power of imagination and the potency of childhood fears can give rise to supernatural experiences that haunt us long into adulthood. Regardless, the memory of that Valentine's Day in 2010 will forever be etched in my mind, serving as a reminder that sometimes the inexplicable forces that shape our lives are the very ones that leave us questioning our reality. Story number 3. A true paranormal djinn experience. Allow me to share a captivating story that's resonated with me over the years. Although I did not personally experience this tale, it was recounted to me by a dear family friend. This individual happens to be Muslim, and within the Islamic faith, there exists a belief in supernatural entities, some of which are considered benevolent, while others are regarded as malevolent. You may have encountered a similar topic while watching the popular TV show Supernatural. Now, as I should be focusing on my studies, I find myself unable to resist pondering this intriguing story. And I believe it's worth recounting to you. So sit back and enjoy the following narrative that has remained etched into my memory. It all commenced in the year 2012 when my family friend's 2 children were in their tender years. Let's refer to the mother as Sally, her elder daughter as Emma, and her youngest son as Zach. They resided in a quaint English cottage, and up until then, nothing out of the ordinary had ever occurred within their cozy abode. The house had no dark history to speak of, so when peculiar events unfolded, it was truly startling. Sally's husband often traveled abroad for business, leaving his wife and children behind. It was not the first time Sally and the kids found themselves in such a situation. They had managed perfectly fine during the previous trips. However, on this particular occasion, something inexplicable transpired. While engaged in her usual household chores, Sally stumbled upon some loose change. Initially, she thought nothing of it, as misplacing a few coins is not particularly uncommon. However, soon Emma and Zach both began discovering loose change everywhere, which excited them greatly as they could use it to indulge in sweets and chocolates. Oddly enough, they soon stumbled upon more substantial sums of money, such as $50 and $20 notes. Sally knew that she hadn't left that kind of money lying around, which raised her concern. In a bid to address the situation, she contacted her husband, but he vehemently denied any involvement. Feeling a sense of unease, Sally decided to collect all the money and dispose of it. Convinced that something was amiss. After this incident, the appearance of mysterious money ceased, and thus she dismissed it from her mind. However, a few days later, even more perplexing occurrences began to unfold. For instance, while Sally was engrossed in her prayers downstairs, her 2 children would be attending school. Upon concluding her prayers and descending the stairs, Sally would invariably find the prayer mat unfolded and placed in a different position. She began questioning her sanity as this inexplicable event repeated itself multiple times. Another incident involved Emma, who was engrossed in playing video games, only to find her game missing upon her return from fetching something. Initially suspecting her mischievous brother, she soon realized he was fast asleep upstairs. Such inexplicable phenomena continued to manifest around the house. Then one fateful night at the stroke of 2 a.m., Sally awoke to an alarming sight. A short black figure stood beside her bed, slowly clapping and wearing an eerie smile. Overwhelmed by terror, Sally let out a blood-curdling scream, causing the figure to vanish into the darkness. Seeking solace, she rushed to her children's room, ensuring their safety. The following day, she wasted no time in reaching out to Ayman, a prominent figure in the mosque who holds a position of leadership and knowledge within the Islamic community there. Sally recounted her harrowing experience, explaining the ongoing encounters with the supernatural. Ayman, well versed in such matters, suggested that Sally recite a specific surah, a verse from the Quran, in the presence of the entity if she ever came face to face with it again. Following the Ayman's advice, Sally decided that she and her children would spend the night together in the living room, creating a mini sleepover experience. Yet the eerie encounters persisted. Once more, Sally found herself awakened in the dead of night, only to be confronted by the enigmatic figure. Urging her children to recite the designated surah, she was taken aback when they were inexplicably unable to utter a single word. It was as though an unseen force had robbed them of their ability to speak. The mysterious figure continued to clap and smile, but eventually vanished into the murky darkness. Overwhelmed by these unnerving events, Sally confided in her husband and Ayman, revealing the full extent of the encounters. Her husband, deeply concerned, made an arrangement to return home, determined to support his family in navigating this disturbing situation. Meanwhile, the Ayman paid a visit to the house, assuring Sally that a potent entity was indeed present, but emphasizing that there was no cause for alarm. Seeking solace and a fresh start, Sally made the decision to relocate, believing that a change of scenery would free them from these disconcerting manifestations. After moving out, the family never experienced anything remotely similar, but Sally was left scarred by the experience, developing severe anxiety and an aversion to being alone at home. Now, years have passed, and Sally's children have grown into young adults. Though they were too young to recall the events that transpired, Emma, the elder of the two, does remain vague memories of paranormal occurrences within the house. However, she chooses not to delve into those memories, preferring to leave them behind as she finds the recollection unsettling. In conclusion, this tale serves as a poignant reminder of the inexplicable phenomenon that can occur in our lives, leaving lasting impressions and shaping our perception of the world around us. It underscores the importance of seeking solace and guidance when faced with the unknown, and the power of faith and spirituality in overcoming the most daunting of challenges. May we find comfort and strength in the face of the unexplained, for it is through these experiences that we truly come to appreciate the mysteries that lie beyond the veil of our understanding. Story number 4. I saw my dead friend. Completely lucid, fully conscious, I found myself standing beside my door, and there he was, head lowered in a grim posture. It was only when he lifted his gaze that I realized it was him, recognizable by his distinctive silhouette. He was shrouded entirely in darkness, with piercing yellow eyes that seemed to emit an otherworldly glow, reminiscent of a radiant starburst. A haunting sight, indeed. Recently, a few weeks ago, I had another encounter with him. This time, he materialized before me as a complete apparition, though slightly blurred around the edges. He walked through the living room, his attention solely fixed on me. It was an unsettling experience, witnessing his ethereal presence so vividly. The strange thing is that his influence lingers in my life every single day. Whether I'm drifting off into slumber or awakening to the next day, his spectral essence trails behind me like a shadow. There's an unexplainable connection that binds us, and it becomes particularly pronounced during moments of sadness or anxiety. It's as if he assumes a protective role, drawing closer and enveloping me in his presence, amplifying his force. Deep within me, a curiosity begins to stir. I feel an innate desire to establish a stronger connection with him, to communicate beyond the bounds of our spectral encounters. It's not just the sense that he's watching over me, but an intuitive understanding that he yearns to convey something of importance, something that weighs heavily on his ethereal existence. His silent messages beckon me, enticing my soul to delve into the realms of the unknown. Perhaps there's a story untold, a message of guidance or solace awaiting revelation. In the depths of my being, I feel a profound need to reach out and establish a bridge between our worlds, to explore the dimensions that separate the living from the departed. Every day as the sun rises and sets, as the ebb and flow of life continues its eternal dance, I find myself increasingly drawn to the mysteries that surround him. The allure of deciphering his purpose, his intentions, has become an inescapable pull, a quest that consumes my thoughts and occupies my waking hours. This enigmatic presence, this spectral guardian, holds the potential to unlock secrets beyond our comprehension. His very existence challenges the boundaries of the tangible world, beckoning me to embrace the enigma and unravel the threads that connect us. Through the veil that separates the living from the ethereal, I yearn to embark on a journey of discovery, to transcend the limits of human perception and unearth the truths that lay hidden. With each passing day, my longing to contact him intensifies, fueled by profound belief that our connection extends beyond the realms of the physical. It's a connection that transcends mortality, defying the constraints of time and space. His presence resonates within me, intertwining our spirits and urging me to venture further into the unknown, where answers and enlightenment may wait. There is a whisper in my soul, a whispered invitation to explore the realm of the supernatural. It's an invitation to unlock the secrets held within the glowing yellow eyes of this mysterious apparition, to delve deeper into the mysteries of existence and uncover the truths that lie dormant. While the world around me may perceive him as an eerie specter, I sense his protective aura, a guardian spirit guiding me through life's turbulent tides. It is a bond that transcends the limitations of the mortal realm, an ethereal companionship that imbues my existence with a profound sense of purpose. As I think, I strive to decipher the cryptic messages. I yearn to unravel this enigma, to unravel the whispers that linger in the ether, and to decode the language of the beyond. It's a quest that demands courage, curiosity, and an unwavering belief in the possibility of interdimensional connection. In this profound union of the living and the dead, I embark on a voyage of self-discovery and enlightenment. With every breath, I inhale the essence of the unknown, embracing the enigma that manifests before me. Through the blurred boundaries of the ethereal, I reach out, ready to unlock the secrets whispered by the spectral guardian who has chosen to reveal himself to me. For in the depths of his luminous yellow gaze, I perceive the yearning for communion, the desire to impart wisdom that transcends mortal understanding. It is an invitation to explore the uncharted territories of existence, to bridge the gap between the corporeal and the intangible, and to uncover the profound truths that await our joint exploration. Story number 5. Strange happening in the middle of the night. It was a typical evening as my wife and I put our kids to bed, around 9:30 p.m. We followed our usual routine, settling into bed ourselves between 10:30 and 11. However, on this particular night, something extraordinary happened that left me both bewildered and intrigued. As we lay side by side in a spooning position on the mattress, I realized that our sleeping posture was different from our usual arrangement. It was a result of me washing my hair before bed, as I wanted my dreadlocks to hang to the side and allow any excess water to drain off. Little did I know that this seemingly inconsequential decision would play a role in the events that unfolded. Sometime during the night, in a state of half-sleep or semi-consciousness, I perceived our bedroom door opening slowly. My drowsy mind registered the movement, but I quickly drifted back into slumber. However, soon after, I felt a set of tiny hands clasping my own, playing with my fingers and palms, just as my children would do. Initially, I entertained the thought that it might be my 9-year-old son seeking comfort, but the likelihood seemed remote. Neither of my kids ever ventured into our room. They always stayed in their own. Exhausted and lacking full cognitive capacity, I dismissed it as a fleeting imagination and succumbed to sleep once more. But then something inexplicable occurred. I became aware of a pulsating force on my back, accompanied by a gentle buzzing in both my ears. This peculiar sensation nudged me to partially open my eyes, and to my astonishment, I beheld a mesmerizing display of colorful lights. Squinting against the overwhelming brightness, I could discern the shifting hues and patterns akin to the effects of a hallucinogenic experience. Allow me to provide some context. I am not a consumer of any substances, whether prescription drugs, street narcotics, or recreational enhancers. The last drink I had was a simple combination of Coke and whiskey, which I indulged in, on the previous weekend. Thus, any explanation rooted in substance-induced hallucinations was implausible. The duration of the luminous display eluded my perception. It wasn't akin to a typical episode of sleep paralysis, where anxiety and a sense of entrapment often accompanied the ordeal. Strangely, I did not experience any fear or apprehension. Instead, I found myself in a state of curious observation, as if witnessing a phenomenon beyond the boundaries of ordinary existence. Shortly after these inexplicable events, my wife's voice pierced the silence. "Who opened our door?" she questioned, her tone tinged with perplexity. We both pondered how the door could have opened without one of us turning the doorknob. The mystery deepened. As the alarms blared at 6 a.m., signaling the start of a new day, our consciousness gradually returned. It was time to rouse our children from their slumber, prepare their lunches, and assist them in getting dressed. During the morning rush, I confided in my wife about the peculiar occurrences I had experienced during the night. Her eyes widened, reflecting a mix of surprise and intrigue as she revealed her own encounter. She had sensed movement on the bed, a weight akin to that of our cat, despite our deliberate efforts to keep the door shut and the feline out of our sleeping quarters. Seeking further clarity, I decided to casually inquire about the children's sleep, in hopes that one of them might confess to entering our room, potentially explaining the sensations of the hands touching and the weight on the bed. I posed the question. Their response was unanimous. They had slept soundly and had not ventured beyond the confines of their own rooms. It was worth mentioning that neither of us had a history of sleepwalking or engaging in similar nocturnal escapades. Deeply puzzled by these events, I resolved to gather myself and prepare for the task of driving the kids to school. As I stood before the bathroom mirror, toothbrush in hand, I caught a glimpse of my reflection. Startled, I found myself captivated by the vacant emptiness in my eyes. The sight disturbed me to such an extent that I averted my gaze, unable to withstand the disconcerting scrutiny any longer. Perhaps I'd inadvertently psyched myself out, but the disquieting image lingered in my mind, shrouded in an enigmatic aura. And so my tale concludes. I share this account in the hopes of receiving various perspectives, ranging from light-hearted humor to profound contemplation, or spiritual interpretations. The events of that night were undeniably significant, leaving an indelible mark on my consciousness. I felt compelled to share this extraordinary occurrence, yearning for insight and understanding in the face of the inexplicable. Story number 6. Why do paranormal things seem to happen at night 99% of the time? I have had numerous personal experiences throughout my life that defy explanation based on my knowledge of science. Strangely enough, each of these incidents occurred after 11 p.m., but more often than not, it was around the eerie hours of 2 or 3 a.m. It is during these late-night moments that inexplicable occurrences seem to take place, leaving me perplexed and searching for answers. One particular incident stands out among all the rest, as it involved the sighting of an apparition. The entity I witnessed was unlike anything I'd ever encountered before. It manifested as a peculiar 2D mirage, yet possessed three-dimensional facial features. It seemed to be crafted from a subtle absence of light, as if some invisible force, perhaps a hidden brow line or cheekbone, was casting shadows that formed the distinct contours of a face upon the mirage. Astonishingly, this unnerving encounter took place in broad daylight within the confines of my childhood bedroom. Interestingly, all the other significant experiences I had leading up to my 18th birthday were predominantly nocturnal in nature, moving furniture without any logical explanation, staples mysteriously thrown at me, and my sister from the depths of darkness, and eerie footsteps echoing through empty halls were the haunting hallmarks of these encounters. It seemed as though the night held a profound significance in attracting these inexplicable phenomena. In my quest for understanding, I've come across the notion of the witching hour. It is a concept that many are familiar with, though its origins and deeper meaning remain elusive to me. This is where I seek the diverse perspectives and explanations that are different. My hope is that by exploring various viewpoints, I can strengthen my knowledge and gain a deeper understanding of the events that have indelibly shaped my life. Discovering this community has been an incredible source of solace for me. To find others who have encountered similar inexplicable phenomenon is beyond comforting. It is a revelation. It has instilled in me a sense of belonging and validation, knowing that I am not alone in grappling with these perplexing experiences. In fact, The overwhelming support and shared experiences have motivated me to delve even further into this enigmatic realm. As a means of catharsis, I've begun creating videos documenting and sharing my personal stories. There's an indescribable satisfaction that comes from articulating the bizarre occurrences that have befallen me. It is a profound release, and even more so when others can relate to experiences that I once believed to be isolated and singular. In conclusion, I eagerly anticipate the collective wisdom and diverse insights that this community can offer. Each story shared, every perspective explored, contributes to the ever-growing tapestry of knowledge surrounding these unexplained events. It is through these shared narratives and the collective understanding we cultivate that we can begin to shed light on the mysteries that have transformed me as an individual. Story number 7. Shadow figures in my room. Around 15 years ago, during my teenage years, I experienced something quite unsettling. Every night just before I went to bed, like clockwork, a peculiar occurrence would take place. At the same time each night, I would catch sight of a mysterious shadow. Its presence would manifest itself initially in the corner of my room, only to gradually advance toward the foot of my bed. This shadow figure was remarkably tall and slender, its appearance sending shivers down my spine each time. Strangely enough, this enigmatic entity always evoked the same inexplicable sensation within. Whenever the shadow figure materialized, an indescribable force seemed to take control of my entire being, leaving me utterly motionless and paralyzed. I found myself lying there, trapped and unable to move a muscle, as if I were under its spell. What made it even more puzzling was the fact that this entity lacked any discernible facial features. It was nothing more than a mere outline of a person. Half of me rationalized that it was just an ordinary shadow figure, as I had come to know that such entities do exist. Yet the other half of my mind was filled with lingering doubts and curiosity, as this entity seemed to exert an undeniable influence over my thoughts, leaving me in a state of complete mental captivity. Adding to the mystery, each time the shadow figure appeared, an inexplicable drop in temperature would permeate my room. It was as if an icy breath whispered through the air, chilling me to the bone. This chilling phenomenon only served to intensify the sense of unease and fascination that enveloped my nightly encounters with the shadow figure. Reflecting on those haunting nights from my past, I cannot help but wonder about the true nature of this ethereal presence. Was it indeed a mere shadow figure, a product of my imagination, and the tricks that darkness can play on one's mind? Or could it have been something more, something beyond the boundaries of our understanding? The questions linger, unanswered, in the depths of my memory, serving as a constant reminder of this enigmatic force that exists in our world, often hidden in the shadows, waiting to reveal their mysteries to those brave enough to seek the truth. Story number 8. Late night voice outside in our yard. It was another one of those routine weekends when my step-siblings, as they often did, came over to spend time with us. We were accustomed to their regular visits, and this time was no different. However, something peculiar occurred on that particular night, a series of events that would forever linger in my mind. As the night wore on, I found myself roused from slumber, compelled to make a trip to the bathroom. Reluctantly, I left the warmth of my bed and made my way down the hallway. The house was quiet, save for the occasional creaking of floorboards beneath my feet. After attending to my needs, I decided to return to the comfort of my bed and resume my uninterrupted sleep. With summer in full swing, I had left my window ajar, allowing a gentle breeze to permeate my room. As I nestled myself back underneath the covers, my mind began drifting into the realm of dreams. But just as I was about to slip into blissful slumber, a A faint whisper pierced through the stillness of the night, beckoning my attention. "Help me," the voice pleaded, barely audible but impossible to ignore. Curiosity overwhelmed me, and I found myself compelled to investigate the source of this mysterious cry. After all, we lived in the countryside, far removed from the bustling noise of the city. Unless someone had trespassed onto our property, such sounds shouldn't have reached my ears. Driven by an inexplicable urge, I rose from the bed once more to approach the open window. I strained my senses, hoping to catch another hint of the distressing plea. Moments later, it came again, louder this time, seemingly originating from the vicinity of our garage. It was a chilling invocation that sent chills cascading down my spine. The voice repeated itself twice more, each time growing slightly more desperate. Uncertainty gnawed at me as I grappled with the decision of whether to venture out into the night or dismiss it as a mere figment of my imagination. Ultimately, I opted to close the window, shutting out the eerie whispers, and convinced myself that it was nothing more than a product of my tired mind. Just as I settled back into bed, ready to surrender to the embrace of sleep, an abrupt and blood-curdling scream shattered the tranquility of the house. It reverberated through the corridors, awaking every occupant from their peaceful slumber. My heart raced and a surge of adrenaline surged through my veins as I instinctively leaped out of my bed. Following the source of the commotion, we all congregated outside my little stepsister's room. Her terror-stricken face told a tale of the unimaginable. She recounted how she had been roused from her sleep by the distinct sound of someone or something attempting to manipulate the doorknob, desperately trying to gain entry into her sanctuary. The revelation struck fear into my heart, for my own room was situated closest to the door in question. Yet, strangely, I had not heard the telltale click of the doorknob being manipulated. Steph, visibly shaken, admitted that she had only heard the eerie jingling sound and the subsequent panic that had consumed her. The air became heavy with a mix of anxiety, and we contemplated the chilling events that had unfolded throughout the night. Thoughts raced through our minds, wondering who or what could be lurking outside. Attempting to breach our haven for safety, the possibility of an intruder sent shivers, conjuring images of the worst possible scenarios. Together we mustered our courage and decided to thoroughly inspect the premises. With trepidation, we tiptoed through the dimly lit hallways, wielding a mix of household objects to use as makeshift weapons. Every creak of the floorboards heightened our senses, amplifying the tension that hung in the air like an ominous fog. Our search proved fruitless, as no trace of an intruder could be found. The house remained as it was, silent and seemingly undisturbed. We questioned our own sanity, doubting the authenticity of the events that had unfolded. Could it all have been a vivid nightmare playing tricks on our vulnerable minds? As dawn broke, casting its gentle rays through the windows, we collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The ordeal had passed, leaving behind a lingering unease that would take time to dissipate. Though we may never fully comprehend the events of that fateful night, it served as a reminder of the fragility of our sense of security and the ever-present mysteries that can unravel even within the confines of our homes. From that night onward, the faint cry for help, the chilling jiggling of the doorknob, and the harrowing scream would forever be etched into our memories. They served as a haunting reminder that darkness can encroach upon the most seemingly tranquil settings, and that the veil between reality and the unknown is often thinner than we care to acknowledge. Story number 9. Just a story from my experiences. About 15 years ago, not too recent, but quite a while back, my memory comes to mind that I've been wanting to share with you. It was summertime, and our family always had this tradition of having a get-together before we embarked on our annual summer trip. The night before this particular gathering, something strange happened that I can still vividly recall. I remembered drifting off to sleep in my bed, enveloped by the warmth of my sheets. Out of nowhere, in the dead of night, my eyes fluttered open, jolted awake by an abrupt noise. You see, the house we lived in at the time had quite a history, a charming yet old residence, brimming with stories of the past. And on that fateful night, the house decided to share one of its enigmatic tales with us. There I lay wide awake, listening intently to the eerie silence. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from downstairs, resonating through the halls. It sounded as if someone was forcefully trying to kick down our front door. The noise was thunderous, accompanied by a bone-chilling thud and the shattering of glass. The sound was so alarming that it sent shivers down my spine, instantly triggering a surge of panic. Without wasting a moment, I called out to my mother, whose room was just across the hall. However, it took her a few groggy shouts to rouse her from her slumber. I found it peculiar because I was certain she must have heard the same terrifying commotion that had jolted me awake. Eventually she woke up, accompanied by my stepfather, and their initial annoyance at being disturbed in the middle of the night was apparent. In a trembling voice, I recounted what I unfounded, sharing the bone-chilling sounds that had disrupted the tranquility of the house. Yet to my surprise, they looked at me with a mixture of confusion and skepticism. They claimed not to have heard a thing. Perplexed, my mother and stepfather embarked on a thorough investigation, venturing downstairs to ensure the security of our home. As I anxiously awaited their return, I was instructed to go back to bed. However, the adrenaline coursing through my veins made it an impossible effort to drift off into peaceful slumber. So instead, I huddled beneath the safety of my covers, clutching them tightly as I contemplated the unsettling events of that night. Looking back, that house was undoubtedly the most active dwelling I'd ever experienced. But in truth, all the houses I've lived in had their fair share of peculiar occurrences. And so, my dear friend, that's the story of this mysterious night when I was awakened by what seemed to be an attempted intrusion, a tale intertwined with the fascinating history of the house that held countless secrets within its aged walls. It is memories like these that remind us of the enigmatic nature of our surroundings and the mysteries that often lie hidden, waiting to be unraveled. Story number 10, Hospital Visit. When I reached the remarkable milestone of being 2 years seizure-free, my doctors recommended that I undergo a test known as an epilepsy monitoring unit. The concept behind it was rather intriguing. I would spend a total of 5 days and nights within the confines of the hospital, ceasing the intake of my medication and intentionally depriving myself of sleep. The objective was to monitor my brain activity closely during this period, hoping to gain valuable insights into my condition. Luckily, my father accompanied me throughout this challenging process, providing unwavering support and comfort. The hospital staff assured us that we could bring along any personal items that would make our stay more comfortable, and they made sure to emphasize that a nurse call button was readily available should I require any assistance. As I settled into the unfamiliar hospital room, something peculiar began to transpire. Although I couldn't perceive her with my physical eyes, I sensed the presence of a ghostly figure. It was as if I could both feel and visualize her ethereal form. She appeared to be a young nurse, dressed in a white uniform, consisted of a button-up blouse and a skirt. What struck me as particularly unusual was her hat, a square-shaped cap adorned with a red cross, reminiscent of a bygone era. I pondered the time period from which she originated, perplexed by her youthful appearance and her lingering presence within the hospital room. Despite my confusion, this ghostly nurse would make occasional visits, diligently tending to her duties. She would check on me, inquiring about my well-being and offer assistance whenever needed. Although I found the whole situation somewhat absurd, to her, these interactions were undoubtedly genuine. There was an unmistakable melancholy that emanated from her presence. Over time, I observed her actions, I began to form a hypothesis. It seemed that there was another character in her spectral realm, a young boy, aged between 5 and 8, whom she attended within the confines of this very room. It became increasingly apparent to me that she had been unable to save this child's life, and perhaps this unfortunate circumstance was the reason she remained tethered to this space. The weight of her past seemed to burden her spirit, rendering her a compassionate but sorrowful entity. One fateful night as the clock struck 2 a.m., fate intervened, and I found myself thrust into the throes of a seizure. The experience remains a hazy memory, with only fragments of consciousness and fragmented images lingering in my mind. However, I distinctly recall awakening from the seizure's clutches, my eyes meeting the worried gaze of my father. By my side stood an physical nurse, holding an oxygen mask, her presence a tangible reminder of the gravity of the situation. Once she ensured that I was stable and on a path to recovery, she quietly exited the room, leaving my father and me to process the enormity of the events that had unfolded. It was at this moment that my father finally revealed the harrowing truth. He had witnessed my heart ceasing to beat. Gripping me tightly in his arms, he recounted the panic that he felt, relentlessly pressing the nurse call button, desperately seeking help as I teetered on the precipice of life and death. The fear of losing me engulfed him entirely, leaving an indelible mark on his soul. He vowed never to allow anyone else to experience the sheer terror that he had endured during those precarious moments. In the aftermath of this ordeal, I struggled to fully comprehend the magnitude of what had occurred. The shock and gratitude mingled within me, leaving little room for coherent thoughts. However, as time elapsed, a realization dawned upon me, one that brought both solace and a bittersweet understanding. I noticed that the ghostly nurse, whose presence had been a constant companion throughout my time in the hospital, had vanished without a trace. She had seemingly departed from my realm of existence since that crucial moment when my heart had stopped beating. It became clear to me that although she had been unable to save her former patient's life, she had undoubtedly played a vital role in saving mine. In that pivotal moment, her ethereal presence had intertwined with the physical world, ensuring that I remained among the living. Having fulfilled her purpose, she could finally find peace, resting after what seemed like an eternity of wandering and unfulfilled responsibilities. This poignant experience left an indelible mark on my journey, forever etched in the tapestry of my memories. The epilepsy monitoring unit test, fraught with challenges and uncertainties, had brought forth an unexpected supernatural encounter. Through the presence of this ghostly nurse, I witnessed the complexities of life and death converge in a remarkable fashion. It served as a poignant reminder of the interconnectedness of our existence and the enduring impact that we can have on one another, even across the boundaries of time and realms. My gratitude for that spectral guardian remains immeasurable, forever intertwined with the profound relief of knowing that I had been granted a second chance at life. Story number 11, Doll. So let me start by telling you about the intriguing doll cabinet that resides in my room. It holds a collection of dolls, a gift from my beloved grandmother. It was just another typical night during the weekend, and I decided to explore the contents of the cabinet. Nestled among the dolls were some old cameras, adding a touch of vintage charm to the collection. Curiosity got the better of me, and I reached for one of the cameras, carefully inspecting it to ensure I hadn't accumulated too much dust over time. As I examined the camera, I noticed a peculiar sight. A few strands of vibrant orange doll hairs were delicately wrapped around the dial that spun on the device. It struck me as odd because the camera was positioned between two dolls, and there seemed to be no logical reason for the doll hair to be entangled in the camera's mechanism. Unperturbed by this mysterious occurrence, I gently removed the doll's hair from the camera and proceeded to open one side of the cabinet to investigate further. Once satisfied with my inspection, I returned the camera to its original position, ready to place it back where it had belonged. As I withdrew my hand, however, something inexplicable happened. The head of one of the dolls suddenly whipped over. as though someone had forcibly grabbed it and swiftly turned it in an eerie fashion. Taken aback by the spine-chilling sight, I hastily pulled my hand away and stood frozen by my desk, attempting to gather my thoughts and calm my racing heartbeat. Just when I thought the unsettling ordeal was over, a distinct knock resonated from within the cabinet. At that moment, I had reached my threshold of fear and decided I had endured enough for one night. I yearned to escape the unsettling atmosphere and sought refuge in my sister's room, hoping for a night of respite from the inexplicable events unfolding around me. It's important to note that the doll responsible for this disconcerting display was a porcelain doll, its head not easily movable by mere coincidence or contact. This fact only added to the sheer strangeness and inexplicability of the situation. It was a hair-raising experience that occurred precisely at midnight, amplifying the eerie ambiance and leaving me in a state of both fascination and panic. The night wore on as I found solace in my sister's room, seeking comfort in the presence of another person. Sleep eluded me as my mind raced with questions and possible explanations for the unsettling phenomena I had witnessed. Was it the restless spirit of a long-forgotten doll seeking attention, or perhaps some inexplicable force that defied logical comprehension? The hours ticked by slowly, each minute seemingly laden with the unexplainable weight. Dawn finally broke, and with that came a sense of relief, albeit tinged with lingering apprehension. As the daylight flooded the room, casting away the shadows of the night, I gathered the courage to return to my own room and confront the enigmatic doll cabinet. Taking a deep breath, I stepped back into the room that had been the stage for the bizarre occurrences of the previous night. As I approached the doll cabinet, a sense of unease washed over me, but determined to face whatever awaited me, I stood before the cabinet and gently opened its doors. To my surprise, the dolls stood motionless, as if frozen in time, their vacant gazes fixed upon a world beyond their glass enclosure. It seemed as though the events of the previous night had ceased, leaving no trace of the inexplicable happenings that had haunted my thoughts. With a mixture of relief and curiosity, I examined each doll closely, searching for any clues that might shed light on the peculiar incident. Yet, despite my thorough inspection, no answers presented themselves. The dolls appeared innocent and lifeless, devoid of any hidden secrets or signs of their nocturnal escapades. And so, dear listener, that is the tale of the doll cabinet in my room, which continues to captivate and perplex me to this very day. It's a haunting reminder that there are realms beyond our understanding, where the supernatural and the mundane intertwine, leaving us with more questions than answers. Story number 12, Shadow Figure. It was an ordinary summer day with the sun shining brightly and a hint of excitement in the air. My sister and I found ourselves engulfed in boredom, desperately seeking an adventure to break free from the monotony. As evening fell and we finished devouring our dinner, a spark of spontaneity ignited within us. We exchanged mischievous glances, silently agreeing on our plan for the evening. A joyous ride on our trusty four-wheeler. After a brief debate, we decided that we would take the reins first, and it would be me. Eagerly, I hopped onto the vehicle, the engine humming to life as I revved it up. The wind tousled my hair, and a surge of exhilaration coursed through my veins as we began our thrilling expedition. Our house served as the epicenter of this mini-adventure, the perfect arena for our escapade. Navigating the terrain, I skillfully maneuvered the four-wheeler, feeling the jolts and vibrations as we sped along. We darted around the corners, laughing and hollering with unrestrained joy. Everything seemed peaceful and ordinary until we approached a small tree standing about 5, maybe 6 feet away from a weathered old barn. As fate would have it, at that premises, my eyes caught sight of something peculiar. A hunched figure, like a shadow in the dimming light, bolted out of the barn. It moved with an eerie swiftness, disappearing into the vast expanse of the adjacent field. The sight sent a shiver down my spine, and I couldn't help but slow down, awestruck and bewildered by this unexpected apparition. Seeking reassurance, I turned to my sister, my voice filled with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. "Did you see that too?" I asked, my eyes wide with disbelief. Yet to my relief, she nodded vigorously, confirming that she too had witnessed the enigmatic figure darting across our path. We exchanged a glance, our hearts pounding in unison, realizing that this was not a figment of our imaginations, but a genuine encounter with the inexplicable. Uncertain of what to make of this spine-chilling incident, we knew that conveying our experience to our parents would be met with skepticism and disbelief. Silently, we shared an unspoken agreement, deciding to keep the encounter to ourselves, our secret to cherish. The four-wheeler was safely parked, its engine silenced, as we made our way back to the sanctuary of my sister's room. As we lay on her bed, adrenaline still coursing through our veins, we discussed the strange phenomenon that we had witnessed. The room was filled with hushed whispers, speculations, and theories about the mysterious figure and its origins. Hours slipped away, but our conversations continued, fueled by curiosity and a desire to unravel the inexplicable events of that fateful evening. We debated the possibilities, conjuring tales of ghosts, time travelers, and elusive creatures that lurked within the barn's depths. Each hypothesis spawned new questions, opening doors to uncharted territories of the supernatural. We delved into folklore and urban legends, drawing parallels to our own eerie encounter, attempting to decipher its hidden meaning. As the night wore on, fatigue finally caught up with us, and we succumbed to sleep. Dreams mingled with reality, and our minds embarked on fantastical journeys, traversing dimensions beyond our comprehension. The events of that summer day continued to haunt our thoughts, leaving an indelible mark on our young souls. Days turned into weeks, and weeks transformed into months, yet the memory of that peculiar encounter never faded. We matured, our perspectives widened, but the mystery remained unsolved. To this day, the tale of that shadowy figure and the exhilarating ride on the four-wheeler serves as a constant reminder of the inexplicable wonders that lie hidden beneath the surface of our ordinary lives. Story number 13, Creature. So let me begin by recounting the unsettling experience that unfolded in the confines of my own bedroom. It all started when I retired for the night, seeking solace in the embrace of sleep. However, an inexplicable sensation of being watched plagued my senses, casting a veil of unease over my tranquil sanctuary. As a remedy to my restless state, I resorted to my usual course of action. I reached for my phone and activated its flashlight, allowing its beam to pierce through the darkness that shrouded my room. And there, lurking by the threshold of my closet, stood a creature unlike anything I had ever encountered before. It possessed a gaunt frame, characterized by elongated limbs that seemed to defy the natural proportions of a human body. Its fingers stretched out, elongated and ghastly, while its limbs extended into an otherworldly length. The creature's skin resembled delicate porcelain, lending an eerie pallor to its existence. Its eyes, reflective and piercing, bore into my very soul, while its emaciated form seemed to lack any semblance of muscular tissue. Its skin draped loosely over the stark prominence of its skeletal structure. Immobile and unyielding, it maintained a crouched position, fixating its gaze upon me without the slightest hint of movement. It did not blink, nor did it display any discernible signs of respiration. Its unwavering stare unsettled me to the core, but in a desperate attempt to dismiss it as a figment of my imagination, I extinguished the beam of light. Yet when I summoned the courage to rekindle the illumination, the haunting creature remained rooted in its place, its piercing eyes still locked onto mine. Feeling an inexplicable blend of fear and curiosity, I turned over and succumbed to the beckoning call of slumber. I don't know how you could do that. To my dismay, the following night revealed a disconcerting recurrence. The creature had relocated itself, positioning itself just outside the confines of my closet, all the while casting an unrelenting gaze upon me. In addition, it had taken up a secondary position adjacent to the cabinet housing my collection of dolls. Its intentions remained shrouded in enigma, mirroring its previous vigil. I, however, chose to disregard its presence once more, allowing sleep to claim dominion over my consciousness. But the relentless observation that had plagued my nights began to wear down upon my sanity. It seemed apparent that this ethereal entity had developed a peculiar fixation with watching me during my slumber. Filled with the resolve to confront the intruder, I sought refuge in my sister's quarters, yearning for a sympathetic ear. I meticulously recounted the haunting encounters, describing the creature in vivid detail. As we engaged in this exchange, an inexplicable shift in the room's atmosphere occurred. The once comforting ambiance swiftly transformed into a maelstrom of wrathful energy emanating from beyond the confines of my sister's chamber. Our conversation abruptly halted, silenced by the oppressive aura that descended upon us. It was as if the malevolent force resented the notion of its secrets being laid bare. Despite the palpable tension, we chose to continue our dialogue, whispering our fears in hushed tones. It was a testament to the bond between siblings, united in our shared experience of the inexplicable. Eventually, our collective wariness prompted us to seek respite within the realms of dreams yet again, hoping to find solace in the sanctuary of sleep. The following day brought with it a glimmer of hope. My sister, motivated by her concern for my well-being, crafted a small protective pouch intended to ward off the supernatural entity that plagued my nights. Though initially skeptical of its efficiency, I graciously accepted her heartfelt gift, assuring her that its usage may not be necessary. As nightfall once again descended upon the world, a sense of trepidation took hold of my senses. I could feel the lingering presence of the creature, its spectral essence permeating the air I breathed. And then, driven by a mix of curiosity and desperation, I seized the pouch my sister had crafted, clutching it tightly. In that pivotal moment, the weight of the pouch of my grasp seemed to evoke a sliver of courage within me. Empowered by this newfound resolve, I embarked upon a quest to confront the enigmatic presence that had tormented me for nights on end. To my astonishment, the moment I clasped the pouch, the creature ceased its vigil. It vanished, dissipating into the ether, leaving behind an eerie stillness that seemed to echo with relief. The wards crafted with love and care by my sister had somehow succeeded in dispelling the otherworldly intruder that had invaded my nights. Since that fateful night, though, the creature hasn't returned. The pouch, now a precious keepsake, serves as a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit and the power of familial bonds. It is a testament to the mysterious forces that exist beyond our comprehension, forever reminding me of the inexplicable nature of our world. Story number 14. My grandpa came for a visit. The loss of my dear grandpa during the distressing pandemic brought immense sorrow upon our entire family. We were all grappling with the weight of grief, the heaviness of our hearts palpable in the air. However, a glimmer of hope penetrated the dark clouds that hung over us when we received the astonishing news that my grandpa's ethereal presence had paid us a visit. This extraordinary occurrence took place during the sacred Day of the Dead, a time when we honor and remember our departed loved ones. At the time, it was only my grandma and my cousin who remained at home, and when they became aware of my grandpa's spectral visitation, joy and excitement permeated the atmosphere. My grandma, who had been experiencing peculiar incidents all week, began hearing the distinctive sound of my grandpa's trusty walker. The rhythmic creaking reverberated throughout the house, as though he was searching for something, his ghostly footsteps echoing in the halls. Strangely enough, my cousin and grandma both heard these phantom sounds on that eventful day. Curiosity sparked within my cousin's eyes as he directed his gaze toward the sacred altar we had erected in honor of our ancestors. A realization struck him like a lightning bolt of understanding. He quickly surmised that the cherished portraits of his parents were absent from their designated place on the altar. Without hesitation, driven by filial devotion, my cousin resolved to retrieve the forgotten paintings of my grandpa's parents, which had been stowed away in the attic. A sense of urgency propelled him up the staircase, his footsteps echoing in harmony with the phantom walker sounds that had haunted our home. When my cousin triumphantly placed the long-lost painting upon the altar, a peculiar phenomenon ensued. The once unceasing sounds of the walker abruptly did in fact cease, as if by some supernatural intervention. It was as if my grandpa's spirit had found solace, satisfied that his own parents had been rightfully included in our heartfelt tribute. The atmosphere grew still, as if the ethereal realm had momentarily converged with our own. Overwhelmed with the profound mix of emotions, my grandma relayed the miraculous visitation to me. Tears of both sorrow and joy streamed down my face, for this otherworldly encounter brought immense solace and happiness to my grieving heart. Witnessing the profound impact of the spiritual connection and what it had on my grandma's well-being only intensified my gratitude for my grandpa's ghostly presence. It was an indescribable comfort, knowing that he had found a way to transcend the boundaries between life and death, to offer his love and support to the one that he cherished most. In retrospect, though, the significance of my grandpa's visit cannot be understated. It was a poignant reminder of the bonds we forged with our loved ones, especially as they transcended the physical realm. Their spirits endure, woven into the tapestry of our lives, leaving an indelible mark on our souls. My grandpa's ghostly presence during the sacred time of remembrance served as a powerful affirmation of the enduring love that exists even beyond the confines of mortality. So as I conclude this retelling of an extraordinary encounter, I sincerely hope that you found solace in this account. Although it may not have been a grand tale by conventional standards, its significance, laden with love and the eternal bonds of family, resonates deeply within me. May it serve as a gentle reminder that even in the face of loss, there is hope, and the spirits of our departed loved ones continue to guide us and watch over us, imparting their blessings from the ethereal realms they now inhabit.